Thank you for calling the Eric Johnson Space Administration's Information Technology Support number. Please stay on the line. All of our operators are currently unavailable. The next one will be available with you shortly. The wait time is 90 minutes. Once again, we appreciate the call and we'll be with you soon.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Thank you for calling the Eric Johnson Space Administration Information Technology Hotline. All of our operators are currently unavailable.
Discovery,
Please
go
stay
at
on the
throttle.
line. The next available operator will be with you in 95 minutes. Once again, we appreciate your call. We appreciate it enough to automate it and leave you hanging out to dry for the next 1.5 hours. Please stay on the line. Well, you listen to this slightly soul-crushing music. Nah, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. What's up? How's everybody doing? Deep fry the music? Yeah, we have to deep fry the music. Yeah, that's right. That's right. All right. What's going on, everybody? Part 6 of building the post-Apollo Saturn launch vehicle. We ran into some problems with that upper stage yesterday, but we're ready and able to go. 7 minutes of hold music. That's not that bad, right? It's not that bad. Yeah, the music has to be deep fried. You're not wrong. Okay. Anyway. How's everybody doing? How's everybody? I'll be right back. We're gonna deal with this problem right now. We're gonna deal with this freaking problem right now. Deal with this damn thing right now. Ready? Deal with this thing. Trying to do this here. Trying to do this thing. Thing doesn't want to do the thing, you know, the thing. Gotta make it do the thing. It doesn't want to do the thing. Not the tape. There we go. Oh, still looks like a pile of schmutz. The fans going in here are making the green screen get all messed up. That should fix it. It's down the bottom. What is this? The amplifier? Don't plug into the amplifier. There's a slight possibility of overload. All right. Hi. 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 Make 121 monthly sub. Wood had a 61 in there. Thank you. Stop breaking stuff. I'm not breaking stuff. The fans breaking stuff. It wasn't me. Okay, so we ran into some problems with that stage. I think it's down to the fairing shape. We've kind of isolated everything else. I'm streaming it. Hey. Drummer, you got a contract to sign for my new job, but you have concerns. They want my inventions while out of hours. I can't express how much that annoys you. Huh. All right. Did I see this from Beam? What is this from Beam? Forget it. Forget it. No more beaming. This time I'm gonna walk. That will absolutely get muted.
Work and the physics behind them.
We're very familiar with doing tire performance benchmark programs, such as what we're doing for BeamNG, so we really want to have a deep understanding of a wide range of different tires that suit the different vehicles that are in their platform.
We're going to test about 30 different tires and gain a whole bunch of data which we can use to improve the physics in BeamNG.
It's a very interesting project with BeamNG to work primarily in a digital space, so measuring the tire performance with the intent of immediately going to a simulation-based output.
We had
They have my microphone hooked up. That's an audio. That I'm pretty sure that's an 8897.
With the
Look,
intent of immediately going.
see it? See it right there? That's the mic that I use. Nice. They're using a shotgun mic to get the tire noise, the contact noise. That's cool, man.
Going to a simulation-based output.
Hell,
we had
screw!
to come up with a pretty wide and expansive testing regimen because any one tire doesn't give you a very good picture of the entire range of tire behavior.
To get all these data. We set up a huge amount of sensors on the test rig, having temperature sensors inside the tire, which are looking at the inner surface of the tire. We're looking at the surface temperature of the tire, the air temperature of the tire. We have laser pointers pointing on the sidewalls to see the deflections.
Deformation.
We also have
Yep.
microphones
Hey!
pointing on the tire
See?
to see when certain tire sounds happen and which profiles this tire
Hey,
sounds
Multiplanetary, what's
have.
up, dude?
We put tires through a range of conditions like large slip angles, lots of throttle, lots of braking. We get the tire hot, and that teaches us essentially how much force the tire produces in all these conditions.
Dude, that machine is
The test plan
beast.
reaches from static testing, where we get static stiffness of the tire in every direction, but then also handling tests where we get the resultant forces of moments of the tire in various conditions.
Oh,
Also
that's
with high
cool,
slip
dude.
angle, high camber angle.
The machine
They synchronize the shutter rate to the RPM on the tire to just see the straight deformation. That's actually super cool.
in
That's
every
really
direction,
neat.
But then also handling
Look,
tests
look.
where we get the resultant
Look, the tire's like, you know, but it's actually spinning. That's super cool. What's up, Vin? How you doing?
forces of moments of the tire in various conditions, also with high slip angle, high camber angle.
The machine itself can apply vertical loads of up to 6 tons and go to speeds over 200 miles per hour.
Yeah.
Powering the roadway is a 1,400 horsepower electric motor, and
It's a gigantic belt sander. Dude, this rig is mint. That's super cool.
a custom designed 1,000 horsepower permanent magnet motor can apply over 8,000 foot-pounds of torque to the wheel directly.
How much torque you want?
One of the
All
interesting
of it.
things we're doing with CalSpan is recording vehicles driving in BeamNG, taking that and using that as an input for their tire testing machine. Then whatever their tire testing machine produces, we can
You see that right there? That's why low profile tires are not good for the streets. Because if you hit a bump, look, watch how it deforms. You'll bend a rim if you go over a bump too hard with a low pro tire. That's why I don't like low profile tires. I want a lot of sidewall. A lot of sidewall basically prevents your rims and the rest of the car from getting all screwed up.
their tire
Look.
testing machine produces, we can
See the
feed back
deformation? See what it did to the rim? It deflected the rim in a different direction. Bump steer for days. Well, not necessarily bump steer, but
that and using that as an input for their tire
Look,
testing
look.
machine. Then whatever their tire testing
it's so easy to bend a rim nowadays because everything is low profile, Euro touring, Nürburgring 8-minute sub bull crap.
machine produces, we can feed back into our own replica of the tire testing machine and then see direct correlation between at every given moment how much
Beam is getting real legit, isn't it?
force did the tire
Rubbers for
produce
chumps,
on
just
the
ride on
machine
the rim.
here versus
I think
the
they got a word for that, Akabidi. It's called a train.
machine in our game. And that way we can really track down if there's any
Yeah,
little-
Couchy, we will resume on the crew cab tomorrow. Summer car special.
when you drive a car in BeamNG, even when you're doing some pretty extreme maneuvers or very fast steering movements and things like this, we know that the tire model is responding correctly and you're getting an authentic experience. For example, you take an SUV in a parking lot and you drive it incorrectly, steer really wildly, and that's not something you see easily replicated.
You can bend a rim in BeamNG. Oh, Tim. Oh, absolutely, you can bend. You can bend a rim. What they're specifically working with here is they're measuring the deformation of an actual tire, right? And they're measuring the deformation with those laser pointers, right? And then what you have to do is you have to rig the tire with what's called a soft body deformation mesh, I believe. I think that's what it's called. I have to go deep into the 3D artist knowledge base here. They're using a soft body deformers to get the right deformation model because the tire is just a 3D mesh. It doesn't know how to deform correctly. It doesn't know that it's going to be compressed. It has no idea. But since Beam is a soft body game, you have to put a soft body deformation mesh on it. Well, you could do it that way. The other way you could do is painted weights on the tire. Painted weights are something that's used in 3D character modeling to get skin to deform correctly on a character model mesh. Like, say you have a 3D character that's holding a firearm, right? Like, that's weird deformation on your wrist, holding it like this the whole time. See right there, and it's very easy to get the 3D mesh to kind of fold over, and it looks bad. to get it to deform like that, right? See the deformation right there? To get it to deform like that is really difficult. That's character modelers are very, very highly sought after, because that's really hard to do that right. It's really hard to get 3D meshes to do movements like this and like that without deforming skin like crazy, without having the 3D mesh kind of like fold over, right? It ends up looking like Fat Bastard at the end of Austin Powers. That dude got a little bit of excess skin though. You know, like, that's really hard to do. But you're doing a similar thing with the tire. And what they're doing is they're using that testing data to see how much the tire deforms and at which speed. And then in the physical simulation, it'll refer to that deformation table. And painted weights or a lattice deformer would be used to animate the tire deforming in the way that it deforms on the test rig. And go 85-month resub. That's actually super cool. I could speak to that.
No one has tested the tires at these extreme cambers and made.
You see how the tire's deforming down there and it looks wrong? It looks like it's kind of jiggling almost. See, the bottom of the tire looks like a jig. That's hard to get that right.
Cambers and made sure that behavior is correct.
The tire wouldn't do that. It wouldn't jiggle around like that. It would just deform. I hope you don't mind me picking your brain here for a moment. I do know that the Titanic had this automobile on it when she sank, a 1912 Renault Type CB Coupe de Ville, but I can't find any information on how many were made. 1912? Probably not a lot, dude.
In the simulation. So sorts of things like that, that's the direction we want to go.
We're also going very deep into thermal to understand the heat up of the tire and also the effects of the temperature on the tire. We will look at the wear of the tire, what is causing wear, and how the wear affects the handling properties of the tire.
Yeah.
We are looking at efficiency tests, rolling resistance of tires, which is especially important for more.
My first thought of this video is hoping this means tires don't pop hitting a sidewalk anymore. No, with this information, they should be able to, that won't happen as much. I mean, tires do pop when you hit curbs in real life,
Modern tires having really
but not as much as it happens in Beam.
consistent data for the tires ensures us that players that will feel the right steering forces and having the right handling properties of the vehicles.
We use a physical real-time tire model in BeamNG, and that allows us to give you really good performance in really extreme situations.
They're using a lattice deformation mesh. Did you see it? That basically is a collider mesh, like what you'd see in Kerbal. That's the hitbox for the tire. But where in Kerbal, the hitbox is just basically a shape that detects collisions, right? This is a deformable hitbox. That's what a lattice deformer mesh is. You have to say, and that's what these yellow dots are for. They have to kind of tell it where to bend, tell the mesh where to bend correctly, and that's it right there. See that? That's super cool. And the Louisiana roads ain't safe for any tire.
In really extreme situations.
BeamNG Drummer is a highly modified version of Crytek, if I'm remembering right.
Compared to the classical style of tire model. Those sorts of tire models kind of break down when you push them to the extremes.
We know that our users really like that we're doing physics very deep down in the correct level, and they appreciate to have the confidence that the vehicle feels right.
Jawohl, mein Freund. The physics have to be perfect. If they are not perfect, you are not making the right game. Yeah, you're not making the right one. No, the physics have to be exactly perfect, or no, you are not making the game right. That accent sounds very German. Dude, Alucard, his is thick. That sounds like East German to me, right? Like that's very, very thick German.
Players really get satisfaction from knowing that the things that they're doing in the game are playing out exactly the way they would in real life. And so when we have this real data for extreme circumstances for the tire, we can show the players like that.
That guy isn't from Dortmund, if you catch my drift. Nah. Like Dresden or something, dude. You guys hear how thick that accent was? Very, very thick.
This is exactly what would happen if you did this in real life.
That's cool, man. What a good video, Toasty. That's pretty sick. All right, anyway, back to KSP. That was super cool. Kerbal doesn't do stuff like that. Kerbal doesn't have soft body deformation. If it did, it would eat your computer pretty badly. Hellfish, nice. Come on, Adrian's is worse. No, Adrian, I don't think so. Adrian's from West Germany, dude. If I'm remembering right. He's from Northwest Germany. That's a little bit easier on the ears. Yeah, there's a bunch of different German accents. The one that's very easy to understand, like what Adrian has, is definitely coming from the west side of the country. Meanwhile, that one that is very thick, that is coming from the east side, the center or the east side of Germany. Message deleted by a moderator, Pog. Ironic. Make some nice progress yesterday? Nah, not really, Sun Temple.
Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
Oh no.
I poured my root beer into a square mug, and now it's just beer.
And then, then there's the Austrian accent like Toto Wolff. Yeah, Valtteri, I'm sorry. You have to cede the position to Lewis. I'm sorry. You have to do what's good for the team. Valtteri, I'm sorry. I will make it up to you, but you have to do what's good for the team. Oh, you're fired, by the way. Sorry, it's still my favorite Toto. Sorry, still funny to me. All right, guys, I think we're having some trouble with the fairing shapes. The fairing shapes are killing me right now. No, Mikey, no, that is so not right. I have not watched the F1 movie yet, no. On July 15th, are you going to watch the replays of Apollo 11 launch for 20 hours straight? Do you want me to do that? Yes, we all want you to do that. I cringe hard at German accents because you have one yourself. There's nothing wrong with German accents, man. The reason why I know so much about different dialects from Germany, despite never being in that country ever, the closest I've been is the Netherlands. One of my best friends growing up in high school was from Germany. His parents were off the boat from Germany, and he was like first generation American. So whenever I went to his house, I would hear his parents talk. And his mother was from the west side of Germany. His father's from the east side of Germany. So I grew up listening to that. That's why I know. Netherlands equals swamp Germany. Do they know about this, Alucard? Do they know that you call them that? I don't know, Mayor. I mean, this was in the early 2000s, dude, so who knows? Yes, we all want you to do that. Oh, boy. I was going to say, Alucard, do they know this? Did they? I don't think they know that you call them that. I'm not sure you should be saying that. Yes, that is official information. Oh, jeez. Buenos dias. What's up, Goldtech? How you doing? All right, so guys, I'm pretty sure we've narrowed it down to the fairing shape. If I had to guess, I mean, this thing doesn't like to stay together. If I had to guess, it's probably because the fairing is cut up into different pieces like this. That fairing shape is two different shapes. I had a theory that I was messing with at the end of last stream, and the theory was strutting to the big plated fairing shape, this shape, and then running another set of struts to that shape. That might fix it. I don't know for sure. We can try it. I think that might fix it because that keeps this shape kind of in line. This one right here. I'm pretty sure that that's where we're running into trouble. Either that or tanks clipping through fairings is causing us a little bit of problems. I was going to say I might need to make this one big thing. We might need to make it one big fairing shape. Or make the fairing shape match the tanks so the tanks are less clippy, I guess. But it's really interesting because the fairing shapes by themselves work really, like, surprisingly well. Like, we could crush the outer skin of the Prometheus first stage, right? And it really wasn't a problem. It's only when we put tanks in it and apply load to it that it blows up. There's still nowhere like the UK for the amount of variations of accents in a single country. It's not my fault no one can understand what you're saying. Correct me if I'm wrong, Tessa, but if I kill all the golfers, they're gonna lock me up and throw away the key. The bloody golfers, man! The little brown furry rodents! Oh, you want me to kill all the gophers? Why didn't you just say that? The fairing is often the issue when making... What the hell? The fairing is often the issue when making large crafts. Was making a 1 kiloton to Leo rocket and ditch the fairing when it was causing issues. Yeah. What are the aerodynamic forces on the craft when no tanks... With no tanks and with tanks? It's hard to test that. Damn. Ignored. Like, and if I time you out, does that count as ignoring you? Because I acknowledge that you're here by timing you out. Does that count? I'm not ignoring you now. True, but that also makes it more entertaining for us to intentionally misunderstand tourists. Okay. Are the really weird accents are north of Hadrian's Wall? Yeah, no, Geeson, I've seen the Reliant Robin episode of Top Gear. Yeah, I don't understand what the... Yeah, I can't... every time those people talk, that I hear just the Highlands and sheep. Something about sheep. Or haggis or something. I don't know. I don't know. It's not my fault no one can understand what they're saying. I was born ignored. Now I'm ignorant. Wait, what? No, that's ignorant. Focus on the rocket. Less talking about accents. Thanks, Celeb Report. I appreciate you. All right. Let's get the tunage going and let's lock in. We are locked in. What is this playlist? It's my background music playlist. This song is called Coming In for Landing. Pretty good.
Discovery, go at throttle.
Darth Hand Banana, glad to see KSP again. Hope you had a great 4th. Yeah, my 4th was great. Yeah. There were fireworks and beer. Can't complain. What destination for this rocket? What destination is this rocket for mainly? Well, it's to the northern parts of UK, Celeb, where no one can understand what anybody's saying. That's where it's going to land. See what I did there? All right, let's roll. I'm going to see if we can hone in on if the fairing shape is actually the root cause. I'm pretty sure it is at this point. Okay, we have our load test hold downs. All right, switch it over. So once again, what I did here was run an extra strut. I run an extra set of struts to the second shell of the fairing shape. Because if you notice, these fairings are made out of a really long shell like this, and then there's this little like joiner piece here that mates to basically the dome of the second tank, so to speak. It's up at the front too, and now I'm worried that this piece isn't strutted either. But we'll see if that. We're gonna see if that makes a difference. Strutting to each part of the fairing shape. If that does make a difference, then I'm gonna have to redo my fairing. Or if it doesn't make a difference, I'm gonna have to redo the fairing shape. Once again, if you guys aren't familiar with this, this is the Prometheus booster. The Prometheus is a. That's the name that we gave it. It's based off of a rocket from a NASA technical paper that's basically calling for like what is a rocket going to look like when the Saturn V and Saturn Nova reach their theoretical max? Like if the Apollo program had kept going, what does a rocket that NASA flies in like the 1970s, what does that look like? Something post-Apollo Saturn, right? So, you know, after Saturn V and Nova do their thing and get stuff to the moon, right? What's the type of rocket that we're going to need after the fact? That's what this rocket is called. That's what this rocket is. It's called a Class 1 post-Apollo vehicle. And we did find a technical report on it. This is actually how I found out about it. Here. If I just type NTRS, it'll populate right with that PDF. So, long story short, here is the baseline configuration for this vehicle. I'm working on building the first stage right now. The first stage has 18 F1As in it. That's 18 Saturn V first stage engines. The Saturn V had 5. This thing makes 50 million pounds of thrust at liftoff, somewhere in the ballpark of 140 meganewtons or something up there. The first stage is an absolute monster of a vehicle, like absolute monster. Only 18, yeah, I know, right? Second stage has 3 M1 engines. M1 engines were a concept motor that they started building and canceled because we decided we didn't want to do cool things anymore 50 years ago. The M1 rocket engine is a F1 engine that's been retooled for hydrogen and oxygen. It's a Hydrolox F1 engine with a 40-to-1 expansion ratio on it, making 450-second specific impulse. So basically what that means is they took an F1, they made the nozzle gigantic, 3 stories tall, and made it run on hydrogen with twin open cycle gas generators for the nerds. There was supposed to be 3 of those in the second stage. We haven't worked on the second stage yet too much. What's the TWR on that thing? How many tons can it carry? Total thrust of all the engines is 32.4 million pounds of thrust. I said 50. No, that's not right. 15. Anyway, hang on. I'll be able to get you the numbers. 18 times 1.5. The first stage has, 27 million pounds of thrust. That's double super heavy, not 50. I said 50 before. That's wrong. I was thinking meganewtons. So first stage has 27 million pounds of thrust. That's like 5 times the Saturn V, double super heavy. Crazy, right? Launch weight is 25.2 million pounds. Payload is 980,000 pounds to orbit, which is north of 450 metric tons to orbit in an 18-meter payload fairing. 18 meters. New Glenn is the biggest payload fairing that's flying right now, like conventional PLF. PLF short for payload fairing. New Glenn is the biggest one that's flying right now. This is almost 3 times the size, 3 times the diameter of that. That is a absolutely gigantic fairing. It's hard for me to even conceptualize that much energy in your small brain. This is double super heavy. 18 Saturn V engines in the first stage. Those are F1As. F1As are the block, basically the block 2 F1 motor. Yeah, they make way more power and they're way more efficient. Less susceptible to pogo. Those engines ended up flying on the later Apollo missions. So that's not something that didn't exist. F1As are still around. They're just museum pieces, which is dumb, but whatever. How does it compare to Sea Dragon? Roughly comparable, Cryo. This Class 1 baseline vehicle is pretty much in line with Sea Dragon. This is basically like a land-based Sea Dragon. Yeah. I thought 1,000 pounds is 1 ton. No. 1,000 pounds... Okay. 1 Imperial ton is 2,200 pounds. More or less. 1 metric ton is 1,000 kilograms, which is more or less in line with 2,200 pounds. Not like this, I hate Imperial. Don't deny your own culture, boy. What's wrong with you? They iterated on Saturn V? Yeah! Hey, Luca, with €5 for coffee. Grazie. Don't hate on your own culture, boy. I don't see Flecken. No. You want to rise above that stupid. Oh, metric versus imperial. I can just do either one. I don't care. It doesn't bother me, and that pisses people off because I know imperial and I know metric. That's the best way. That's the best way forward. Let's see the J. Cool, man. Yeah, baby. You would do very well in the UK. I can do either one. I don't care. I don't make it a big thing to make a big thing about the measuring system. As long as everybody's using the same measuring system on a project, I don't have a problem with that. You gotta rise above it, like this rocket would rise above it. You thought a 16 of an inch was 3 mils yesterday. You try getting up here and streaming in front of as many people as I do and getting the math right in a split second off the top of your head. Try it. Try it. I bet you'll end up doing some dumb conversions once or twice. Try me. I'm telling you, streaming makes you dumber. Like, because your brain is inadvertently focused on a bunch of different things. You're focusing on playing the game, you're focusing on talking to chat, you're focusing on making sure that your sound didn't just go out. Or your video didn't go out. It's like in the back of your mind, you know you're always being watched, and that makes you dumber. Trust me on this one. So the next time somebody says something stupid on the air on television, think about that. Very important to understand. All right. Anyway, So I'm building the first stage, and it's turning out to be a little bit of an engineering challenge. Would strutting the large and small fairing segments together fix the problem? You can't run a strut from a fairing shape. It has to be from something else to the fairing shape, dude. No, you're right, just poking buttons. Shut up. Okay, smart guy, convert this. If the aluminum Falcon tried the Kessel run with Lone Star, how long would it take? Somewhere in the Ford Galaxy. The thing about TV, Tessa, is that you have someone talking in your ear. The damn producer's in your ear telling you, okay, do this now. Okay, talk about this now. Okay, talk about this now. Oh, you didn't have enough time for your explanation? You better shorten it up real quick. You took too long making your point. We have to go to the next thing. Bye. That is worse. That's worse. Think about that the next time you watch cable news or TV or whatever. They got somebody screaming in their ear telling them what to do, to keep the pace of the newscast and everything. And if you have a complicated thing that you're trying to explain, you got to explain it in a couple of sentences or you lose people's attention. It's not an easy thing to do, guys. I'm telling you, it's not easy. Plaid would have been an acceptable answer too. Ah. Okay. Loud noises! Alright. Maximum power. Send it. Alright, I need some data. Okay, so the back fairing is not being included. Tank 2 is not being included. Is the aft skirt being included? No. Oh. Should probably... Well, that looked right, dude. Now I want to try shock loading this thing. But also, that seems to have made it hold up a little bit better. Now I'm thinking we should probably do that with the top fairing as well. Alright, and also, let's send it. See if it breaks. See if she comes apart at the seams here. I'm seeing some oscillation. See that artifacting that's happening right there? Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, okay, what's our dynamic pressure? Oh god. Oh god. 46, 47, 48, 50 pascals and rising. We're at one half atmosphere dynamic pressure. Oh. Push it. Push it. Push it real good. 80 pascals. That's 11 psi dynamic pressure, which is absurd. That is a hell of a shock load. 5 Gs in accelerating. Dynamic pressure's going down. How's the heating doing? Oh, it's getting a little hot. Oh, that's hot. Yeah, it looks like that last strut was the key there. Let me see, arrow. Oh yeah, that... Yeah, the aft skirt is technically the end of the vehicle there. Bro, that thing is beast. Look at this monster. Oh, this thing's gonna be sick when it's built. It's very stable. You didn't even notice it dropping. I saw some slight artifacting there, but yeah, it looks like that extra ring at the top, Tessa, may have been the culprit. I need to do more testing, though. We absolutely got to get more testing done. Now watch this launch. Music is a tad loud. So are you, but I ignore you. That's why. Nice little rocket there, Nova. Are we still going up? What payload and destination do you have in mind for this project? I don't really, that's not really a stakeholder expectation, like what we're gonna do with it. Yeah, we're still going up. What's our AP? 104. Hypersonic, this is more of just see if it can be built. And I'll be honest with you, this thing's gonna end up having like a 10-meter fairing or something. So, you know, what's the destination? I mean, where do you want to go is really the answer there. It's like, you know, we got a full tank of gas, half a pack of cigarettes. It's dark out and we're wearing sunglasses. Hit it. Where do you want to go? Hypersonic, I'm pretty sure this rocket has enough kick to get into orbit in real life. We've made pretty much a, if the vehicle can handle it, is there any benefit to just punching through like that? I mean, like you're taking a huge efficiency hit punching through. The rocket can be made more efficient if you don't try to brute force it through air, because drag is, oh, what's the right way to say it? Like, it's not linear. Like, if you're going 500 miles an hour at 10,000 feet, right? You know, if you're going 10,000 miles an hour at 20,000 feet, the drag doesn't, it's not linear like that. It doesn't just, it's not just double the drag, right? The drag increases squared, if I'm remembering right. So it's exponential, right? So you can brute force it up there, sure, of course. You could do that. But the amount of material, the amount of like material on your rocket that you'd have to do, that you'd have to put on the stupid thing to be able to make it brute force it, you could have just made it a lot, you could make it with a lot less mass and make it basically work with the aerodynamics instead of have the aero work against you. And by working with it, I mean throttling back. This allows you to make the rocket way more efficient because you're not spending a lot of mass on like making it resistant to 70,000 Pascal, 70,000 pascals of dynamic pressure. Real rockets don't even get near that, dude. A real rocket is maybe 20, maybe. And on a real, like Falcon 9, dude, going past, like, okay, this is napkin math. I don't work for SpaceX. I don't know this off the top of my head. If we just did that with Falcon 9, the fairing would obliterate itself. Like, obliterated itself if it didn't melt. Like, if Falcon 9 just tried to punch through and you were hitting 40 kilopascals on the, like, dynamic pressure on the front of the vehicle, it would fold like an accordion, dude. The fairing would just... Real rockets are designed to be super, super light, very low mass. And if you try to brute force something that has a really, really, really high mass or low mass fraction like that, it'll just accordion the rocket. That's why they throttle back. It's not necessarily that they can't power through maximum dynamic pressure. It's that the rocket is way more efficient if you don't. Just hold your horses, wait till you get out of the atmosphere, and then go fast. That's why second stages exist. By the way, we're going down. I'm watching it. You gotta remember that pressure doesn't just mean drag, it means heat. Yeah, exactly. Because we're talking about compressing gases here, the ideal gas law comes into play. PV equals nRT, which basically means that if you pressurize gases, they get hotter. If you depressurize gases, they get colder. Anybody here ever use like a canned air to clean your keyboard? You ever notice that after you use it for a long time, it gets cold because the gas is decompressed inside of it, right? Simultaneously, a rocket going up that's experiencing a high dynamic pressure, a high Q on the front of the vehicle, it's going to melt the fairing. It'll heat up. That's basically what reentry heating is, guys. That's what it is in a nutshell. I mean, it's a little more complicated than that. Reentry basically heats the gases up so much when you're coming back in at high speed. The compression heating basically starts splitting air molecules. They ionize. Yeah, that's why plasma gets generated. You're going so fast, you're ripping the air molecules apart. That's what's going on during reentry. And when you split an atom, a lot of heat gets released. Now, I know what people are going to say. So why don't crafts reentering like blow up in a nuclear explosion? Well, you're ripping apart nitrogen mostly. Nitrogen is inert, mostly non-reactive, right? With the exception of heat, right? So it's not, I'm going to say it's not that big of a deal, but reentry is one of the toughest things. This thing does a really good belly flop, by the way. Mag dumping a CO2-powered BB gun. Exactly, Dink. Same idea. Ship needs chines. You keep saying that. It's chines with an N, not chimes. Chimes are like wind chimes, dude. We do need some control surfaces on trying to make this thing land if we ever want to do that. Yeah, this is a GBU guided bomb GBU 154 super ordnance penetrator. It's a SOP, not a MOP. It's designed to be a bunker buster or something. I don't know. We hit the ground going Mach 3. If any part of this survives, I'll be very impressed. Disco Forest! Wow, some engines survived. I'm impressed. Alright, cool. The first test flight, actually, that was pretty good, man. We got it to push on the stand, and it didn't break anything. I think we found where we were having an issue. And, hell, that strut wasn't even in symmetry. Really? I remember. It wasn't even in symmetry. So, is there something you could do like throttling back during launch for max Q, but for re-entry to reduce heating and stuff? Last, please. Is that really a question? Are you screwing with me? That's really a question. What do you think supersonic retro propulsion is, dude? This is how the dinosaurs died. Thank you for chiming in. Ugh. Supersonic retro propulsion flykin slows the booster down. Haven't you ever paid attention when I explained this? I thought that was to push the heat away. Well, it's slowing down the vehicle, dude. You're decelerating. It's the same thing, it's just backwards. But it does both. It slows down the vehicle, and I mean, Falcon 9 experiences a crazy amount of compression up at the on the business end of the vehicle when it's coming back down. First of all, it can take it. You know the reason why is because that re-entry heating is kind of forming inside of the rocket engine, a place that's designed to hold a lot of pressure in the first place, right? That's why you can do it. And then you fire the engines, and what that does is that pushes the compressed air away. And now what replaces it is just the rocket exhaust, something that's basically designed to be there in the first place. What's up, Dean? Wouldn't it make sense to give the test article an aerodynamic front since the top will be aerodynamic in the full stack? MK, yes and no. I can't believe that just one strut was enough to fix this. Now I'm positive that I overstrutted everything down here. So MK, what I'm trying to do is put a bunch of load on this. The aerodynamic load will substitute the compression load that's going to happen. Load is load. Force is force being applied in a direction. sending this thing up at extremely high speed is basically compression testing this whole design. It's basically, I'm basically doing the equivalent of like when SpaceX puts stuff in the can crusher. I'm doing that, but I'm doing it with flight data instead of testing it on a test stand. I can't believe that that's the one that fixes everything. Let's make sure that that flight wasn't a fluke. Let's do it again. So MK, if I put an aerodynamic nose cone up there, it will put load on it, and it would probably fly a little bit better than it did here. But also at the same time, I don't want that. I want to push this booster to the limit. This thing is going to have 2,000 tons of stage on and payload on top of it. Yeah, it's going to have 2,000 tons of stage on top of it. We got to be careful. I really want to push this thing to its limit. That's why I've been so anal retentive about making it do this and not explode. And now that I said that, it's going to explode. I want this thing to suffer. Yeah, I'm really, really pushing this thing to the limits here. Now, it's interesting that it was able to ramp, but it didn't survive a full shock load. I'm going to slowly ramp up again and then let it go and see what happens. Which tells me that those struts that we put that we think fixed it, if we add more of them, right, we should be okay. Supersonic retro explosion. No. It's not a retro explosion. I exploded up. Only dynamite blows down, Repari, all right? Remember that. Okay, ready? Activate the engines. Yeah, see? Fuel tanks came apart at the seams. All right. I want to be able to shock load this thing. I want to be able to light all 19 of the engines and not have the thing blow up on the test stand and then be able to release. And I want to be able to do it every time. The reason why is, like I said, this thing's going to have 2,000 tons of stage on top of it. Of second stage and payload. If it can't survive doing that on the stand, it's not going to survive that with a stage on top. There's no way. Oops, I am late. Could you 1 second time Zoop replay what you said? What do you want me to do with that, Erudite? I don't know how to answer. What? You gotta be more specific than that, man. Don't do me like that, dude. Come on. Like, I don't. What are you talking about? Like in general? You have that one with that guy who was in that movie that was out last year. Yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, what are you referring to? We're just working on the same thing that we were working on yesterday, but we're having some problems getting the tank to well, we're trying to abuse the heck out of the tank. I don't know, Alucard. Probably, I haven't really tested that. Isn't this a use case for staggered ignition? For sure, Nader. So let me explain. Yes, I will probably use a staggered ignition and will probably I will use a staggered ignition and a ramp on these things to get them working. Probably start all the engines at maybe like 50% thrust in a sequenced ignition and then ramp them, which is basically what a real rocket does. Yeah, you can't fire all the engines at once. And Nader, I know you know this because the question that you asked. You can't fire all the engines at once. Super Heavy doesn't even do that. Super Heavy lights them in kind of a short order. The reason why is because if you tried to fire all the engines at once, the overpressure event would be like hitting the bottom of the rocket with a hammer. Yeah, a big hammer. Can you do static fires? That's basically what I've been doing. And yeah, sure. It's coming good. Coming along good, Trey. My bad. No, it's all good, Erudite. I know you can't go subscale, but what about a naked fairingless test article? I already did that. The fairingless test article flies right, which, once again, narrows it down to the shape. I'm trying my best to really not have to redo the fairings because that is a little bit of a tedious process. But if we have to, we have to, dude. That's just the way she goes, bud. Now, 9595, a viewer in chat built this rocket while I was on vacation. He built his own version of it, and he edited the fairing shape and his works. So, homeboy sending me pictures of the thing working when I'm on vacation stuck in Las Vegas. I'm like, I hate you right now. I hate you a little bit. Please, leave me alone. I'm stuck. I can't go anywhere. But he didn't know that. But now he does. Ares 1 did. I said engines. That's it. Engines. Ares 1 has a single engine. So, did it though? Is it the thrust structure that keeps failing? Doesn't look like it. I think what's failing is basically we're shock compression loading the fairings, and the fairings, the fuel tanks and the fairings are kind of not jiving very well together. Now, I also got to make sure that I set the auto strut on these things correctly. I did. Do these have an internal strut? There's an internal strut on the aft tanks. Let's go inside here and take a look. There's no internal... Oh, boy. Oh, dear. Yeah, that probably would help us. The center tanks aren't strutted on the inside to the fairing plate like this. That's probably going to help us structurally a little bit. Yeah, they weren't strutted to anything. There's no triangulation. Oh, boy. I know it's just, we're adding struts like crazy. We'll get it to work and then we'll see what we can take off and what we can't take off later. I'm just trying to get it to work and then we'll simplify and add lightness. And by lightness, I mean less parts. Struts aren't really adding that much to the mass. But we are getting a little high for the part count budget on the first stage. Is the tank still blowing out? Yeah. Stage part count is at 420, dude. That's well above my budget for this. Turbo. Nice. Nice part count. We're gonna ruin it by adding launch clamps, you know, it's gonna be 428. Bless you. Thank you. All right, so this has those struts in symmetry now. Let's see if that fixes anything. And we've triangulated the inner tanks there. Let's switch around the staging. As you're getting ready for another test, did you see how much horsepower the Turbo 300 made? Oh, the Power Nation thing. Yeah, I saw that. Dude. I think they're, what were they making? Like 700 foot-pounds of torque at 550 horse? It's pretty cool, man. Are you pushing the LOX tank into the LH2 tank? Yeah. Did you like my AC hack for you? They also have heat up to ADF. Perfect for you. I haven't seen it, Brendan. It hasn't been as hot lately, dude, so... And my fans are basically taking care of it. Sneezing during an EVA sounds terrible. Oh, God. Alright, so, let's ramp. All engines primed. Good. Alright, let it go. It's gonna blow up. 75 meganewtons of thrust. It broke. Where did it break? Something snapped in half in the center. Guys, I honestly think we're just putting too much load. The S3, S4 adapter tank collided into the adapter tank. That's down at the bottom of the vehicle now. No, Tessa, I haven't seen that. Guys, I'm way behind. I didn't really have any time over vacation to get caught up on any of the car videos. I'm behind by a week. That's another thing I wanted to do, but I just didn't get the chance to. So that was these tanks coming apart at the seams. You know what I was just thinking? These are all heaviest part auto strut. So when we fire the engines, all of these tanks are basically being held in line. And when we let the clamps go, it's basically breaking the strut. And that could jostle around that tank. What's the second stage going to look like, or is it just a big fairing? It'll look like this, but a little bit of a smaller diameter. It'll basically look like that. That's the shape that I'm going for. This is the first stage. I'm working on this part right here, which is, yeah. Kerbal engineering gets pretty insane when you're building at this scale with this amount of power. But the whole rocket will probably end up, the top of the rocket will probably end up touching the roof in this design, Baza. See, now I'm worried. Or now I'm wondering, not worried. Now I'm wondering if those 8 heaviest part struts undoing it are giving me a false reading on the test stand. Is this a mix between the Apollo rocket and Starship? No, this has nothing to do with Starship, Jens. This is what the US wanted to make after when the Saturn V basically wasn't big enough anymore. This is an ultra heavy lift vehicle. It's in the same class as Super Heavy. Like, there's, you know, light launch vehicle, medium duty launch vehicle, heavy duty launch vehicle, super heavy launch vehicle, and then I think it's ultra heavy launch vehicle after that. So the launch clamp struts immediately broke. Once again, that could have been giving us a false reading. We're looking for part movement like that. See the two parts kind of clipping into each other? Now they're not. Now they are. That's what I'm looking for. So what happened there is that we put it out on the pad. All of the parts basically, all of the clamps basically broke. The connection broke right away because they're not heaviest part. And it let the vehicle kind of free float, and I activated the engines while it was going down and sent it. So it looks like the test stand was basically shock loading the entire vehicle. We might be okay here, dudes. Which begs the question, though, how do we get, like... How do we get this to work? Like, how do I get it to stay on the pad? I mean, if we can't hold up the first stage fully fueled, how the heck are we going to hold the whole damn thing up? Build your own launch clamps with radial couplers. I mean, Ori, I have some tricks up my sleeve, dude, but we're going to need to do some load testing to really understand what we can and can't do with a hold down point. Would aft hold down clamps work? If I'm looking at this right, Dean, we would need a lot of those. But maybe. Still want to play around with SERV. Who knew? It doesn't like landing on the rocket engines. Yeah, see? Tanks broke. I hate the way this thing comes apart at the seams. S4 512 and EP50 engine plate. Interesting. Stage is 420 parts, Ori. Game wasn't struggling at all. What are you talking about? That's nothing, dude. It's nothing. I guess I'll put a set of aft clamps on this thing and we'll attach them to the skirt, which is the bottom of the vehicle. I mean, we really need to see how many clamps we're going to need to hold this stupid thing up. I mean, once again, this first stage is 2,900 tons. It's one of the biggest things that I've made in this game. That's why SpaceX catches super heavy rather than landing legs. That's right, Celeb. Yeah, absolutely. SpaceX opted to basically keep the landing gear for the stage on the ground, because making landing legs hold up, making a landing leg for a vehicle to hold up 2,900, or well, super heavy is 300 tons when it's out of gas, so to speak. Making a landing leg to hold up 300 tons? No. Just catch it. That was their reasoning for catching super heavy. Building landing legs is a waste of time for that thing. All right. Now let's check something. Ready? It's gonna break off the mounts. Either that or it's gonna blow up. It's gonna blow up. It's the same failure every time. A strut comes disconnected, and then the connection on the S4512 tank fails. The thing that's getting me, though, is that I'm pretty sure if I do this, it's going to work. What do your fairing plate auto struts look like? It's all grandparent strutted. Off subject, but I saw a Coronet Super B station wagon posted on Facebook this morning with a 446 pack. Oh, Farm, you make me want to work on the car. That's cool, man. Now, somebody made a clone, because they never made a Super B station wagon, which means someone took Super B parts and put it on a station wagon, which is cool, dude. That's super cool. It's a freaking station wagon with like 500 horse in a big block. Ready? Watch. That's such bull crap. Now, what I want to see is what happens when we land this damn thing. This is the thing without the outer skin. Kind of like Steve Morse's wagon. Yeah. It's chugging because it's re-rendering all the launch clamps. Sorry, I'm trying to get it on flat ground. Stop ruining my lawn. It's not your lawn, it's my lawn. Get off my lawn. I'm older than you. It's my lawn. Okay, that basically proves it. It's the fairing shape. Like, look. We gotta refactor the design again. Yeah, it's the fairing shape. What about the fairing shape is causing it? I'm not sure. Ditch the downcomer aesthetic? No. You said something earlier about the tank slipping through the fairing. They are slightly, but that usually doesn't make that big of a difference, dude. Screw the fairing. The best part is no part. Kai, that's wrong in this particular instance. That I know you're making a joke. The fairings need to include the arrow on the tanks, or else the thing won't aerodynamically fly correctly. It'll fly like I strapped a bunch of I strapped a bunch of boosters to the side of the thing. It won't fly correctly. We got to include those tanks. Now, in terms of what's going wrong and what isn't, I'm not sure. Let's switch this over here, and let's check something. Process of elimination. What do? We eliminate it. Let's delete the bottom fairing. See what happens. See if that makes a difference. Yeah, sometimes, guys, the fairing shape that you draw just doesn't jive well with your design. Sometimes, dude, I bet you I could remake the damn thing right now and we'd have a different problem. Fairings are kind of finicky, but if you can get them to work for you right, you'll get a vehicle that flies aerodynamically correct. The other thing is that if you use big fairing shapes, the game gets a little confused. Alright, so we deleted the lower tank fairing. Let's see what happens here. Ready? Make sure our testing is correct. There we go, and we broke off the clamps. But it did make it. It literally broke off the launch mounts there. This is the only KSP stream where the solution isn't just more boosters. Or we already did that part. We already added more boosters, dude. Now we gotta do basically the equivalent of adding more struts. It's the Kerbal workflow. Doesn't work, add more boosters. Still doesn't work, add more struts. Works. Want it to work better, add more boosters. Still doesn't work, add more struts. It's Kerbal gameplay in a nutshell, man. Alright, let's try to drop the thing, see what happens. Something broke. Where did it snap? Because we still have control. The whole bottom of the vehicle snapped off. Interesting. How many G's will it take in the skeletonized form? In the skeletonized form, dude, it doesn't. You could. I was bouncing it off the ground. So that one snapped up here at the inner stage. Interesting. Yeah, we got to remove it from the environment. Don't worry, it's been removed. The front fell off. Well, we were controlling from the front, so the back fell off. But the front fell off. That's very unusual. It doesn't happen that doesn't happen all the time. To be fair, it's mostly full of fuel when you dropped it. See, what I'm going to do is I'm going to reload that test file, put it into VAB, and I'm going to delete the top fairing instead of the bottom one, so we can really get down to the root of this problem. And what I like to do, dudes, and this is a really important thing to do when you're testing, make sure you do it the exact same way every time. So I load up the one that's 428 parts, the one that we've been messing with, right? Same thing with our added struts and whatnot, right? And then this is the booster in its configuration, basically out of the factory, right? Now we put it in the VAB, and now we edit the file here. Let's go in and delete the upper fairing. Tank 2. Get rid of it. Delete it. Make sure our staging is exactly the same as before. And now we have no upper fairing. Let's see what happens now. Watch it be the root. Pretty sure when you weren't looking, Yard went into your crap file into the Control Z like 10 times, corrupting it forever. Well, we'll make another one. Not a problem. I read part of the post-Saturn document. It stated something about possible first stage reuse with an inflatable aero shell. Wild. Nice. Alright, here. Shock load it. And let it go. See what happens. Bearings are no good. Okay. It's both of them. Both of those fairing shapes are very, very unhappy. Okay, let's move on. Revision 5. So is this just a game engine issue or a real-world-esque physics issue that's programmed into the game and it's working as intended but just wrong? Game engine, Edicus. It's just the way that Kerbal builds fairings is causing us a problem here. It's causing us structural problems. Now, structural problems or structural engineering with rockets is absolutely a thing. How I kind of look at this is that, okay, a lot of people make this mistake when they play Kerbal. Kerbal is not the hallmark of realism here, unless you get the mods to make it more realistic, right? It's not the hallmark of it. There are still quirks in it, but for the most part, it's good enough to get the point across. Now, us troubleshooting this problem, despite it being a game engine problem and not necessarily a real-world physics problem, right? Us troubleshooting this problem is similar to how you do a hardware-rich iterative troubleshooting in real life. It's the same system. It's the same engineering construct. Like it's the same thing. We're rooting out possibles, right? This is what SpaceX does. When they run a hardware-rich program, and you learn a lot really, really fast, but you also spend a lot of money really, really fast, right? So despite us what I'm telling you is that despite us trying to troubleshoot a game issue problem, the troubleshooting method, I guess, is still the same. Okay. R5. So I did all this strut work and it's basically going to go bye-bye. Let's start over. Means buckle your seatbelt, Dorothy, because Kansas is going bye-bye. If I call Apollo hardware wasn't rich test fast. No, Apollo was waterfall testing, but it was waterfall testing that was done relatively quick. Now, when you're doing the type of testing that NASA likes to do, where you do as much analysis on the ground as possible and test as many components on the ground as possible to corroborate your analysis and then put it all together for one final exam and test flight, right? That can be done quickly. The thing is that costs a lot of money to do quickly. It costs a lot of money to do that. Look at the budget for the Apollo program. I mean, a lot of that budget was building the infrastructure for a super heavy launch vehicle, right? But yeah, it costs money doing that. You can go fast with waterfall testing with a higher budget. Look at SLS. SLS does not have a high budget, and they're doing waterfall testing, and it's taking a long time. Everybody thinks the SLS program is taking so long. It's a piece of junk. It takes so long to make. It takes so long to make. Well, that's what happens when you basically short NASA. Yeah. Congress has basically been doing to SLS what Tesla short sellers have been doing to Tesla for like the last 15 years. And when you look at that, the delays with the SLS program make a lot more sense. Exactly, Tessa. Yeah, choose one. Guys, I'm gonna go a little bit into my archive here for a second. I'm looking for something here. I'm very interested how I made the Triton rocket. What was the internal structural design for that thing? Because Triton was a similar style rocket to this. Actually, Triton was bigger than this. Triton R5. This is the biggest rocket I've ever attempted in KSP. This one is close, but it's not the biggest. That's the biggest. And this one does not work. Coincidentally, it has the same amount of engines, and the engines are overclocked to the same amount, which is kind of funny. But this is a 4X design on a 8 meter, or 10 meter? Ignore that, I was trying something up here that didn't ultimately work. Yeah, I bet you can guess what I was trying to do. The interesting thing is that Prometheus is going to... I was going to say, I don't think Prometheus has the same amount of... But this also, I would like to point out that this thing doesn't work anymore. It used to work, but it doesn't anymore. They changed something with Kerbal. This is much older. I'm wondering if I did a center... I didn't. It's just fairings. Why would I double stack a fairing here? Is that one big old fairing right there? Oh. Okay. That's one fairing, dude. This has one fairing up the entire stack, and I know this thing doesn't hold. It blows up when you try to put it out. It never used to. I actually did get this to fly at one point. I wonder if I have any Neptune boosters loaded in here. It's not the S4 tanks clipping through the fairing, is it? Or I'm starting to think that that might be one of the things. I'm trying to figure. What I'm trying to figure out, guys, is what I'm trying to figure out is if we make one fairing all the way up, is that going to fix the problem? Because I think it might be fairing clipping into tanks. That's confusing the game. A lot of people have said that, and you're probably right. I just needed to prove it, and more importantly, I needed to get it right in my head. And remember what I said about streaming making you dumber, etc., etc. Nope, I don't have a Neptune booster loaded up here. Fly it and let's see. This thing doesn't work, Celeb. I know it blows up on the pad. But there was a time where I got this fairing to work correctly. This thing did fly, and then Kerbal updated. I built this years ago. Dude, some of my craft files in here are, like, older than some viewers. Yeah, because some people watch with their kids and stuff. It's kind of nuts. Like I made an SU-35 right here. That's like from 2016. Yeah, that's like older than some viewers. Double fairings like that make it dragless. All right. I'm going to do one fairing, guys. I'm going to do a singular. Fortunately, though, if we're doing a singular like that, it means deleting that. Okay, this is the quicker way of doing this, dudes. But here, let me get my ruler piece. Flip the ruler piece back up into position. And something I'll do here. Close the fairing. So we closed the fairing on the interstage shell there. Now I still left the I did not click on that. Thanks, Kerbal. Yeah, we're doing space news today. Yep. Yeah, whenever I come back from vacation, guys, I need kind of a day to kind of reset. So I usually get like a shorter stream when I come back. And by shorter stream, I mean we streamed for 7 hours yesterday, but I have to kind of dust off the cobwebs and remember how to lock in. It only takes a day. Like, I'm good now. We'll adhere to the regular schedule, so. I'm gonna get rid of the engine plate in the R5 design. I'll go back to a radial attachment, just because I mean, if we're gonna use R5 to completely refactor a lot of the aero shell and stuff, we might as well try some new things here. Take my rulers, rotate the rulers up into position. Okay, so now we have one fairing shape up the entire rocket. Oh boy. Yeah. All right. So, guys, what I basically just did was make this one big shape. It's one gigantor freaking shape. I'm not sure how well this game is going to understand a fairing that's like 60 meters long, especially clipping, but who knows? Now, if that's the case, I'm going to move that like that, and that one's going to move like that to get everything realigned, and then I'm going to move this one forward, give it a little bit more of an intermediate structure or an intermediate attachment point, and then move that back to where the ruler was. Put that right there. This screams, I paid for this game, I'm going to use 100% of the game. That's right. That's right. It goes in the square hole. And the fairings before were they were cup fairings, so I'm not sure if a cup fairing on top of a cup fairing was going to jive correctly. Now that I told the game to close it on the interstage, it's going to make it a little bit harder to modify this, but the game understands that fairing is totally closed. We did see from our aerodynamic testing when we were pushing that stage up and down, the R4 design, when we were pushing up and down, the fairings were susceptible to aerodynamics. And that's not great. Hey, Omni, 118 month resub. Yeah, you certainly got your money's worth out of the $50 to $60 you've paid for the game and the expansions. So full disclosure, Tessa, it's not even that. The developers gave me the expansions. Seriously, I didn't pay a cent for Breaking Ground nor Making History. I paid $15 for the original game. I think I've gotten my money's worth out of it. Yeah, $15. I didn't even buy it on Steam, dude. This was before KSP was even on Steam. Okay, let's save the R5 design, and now tankage. I just finished my mechanical engineering degree, got it because of you. Thanks, man. Engineering is awesome. It's awesome. I love it. That's cool, man. Mechanical is good time. All right, so got a grandparent strut those. That goes there. Now give me the secondary tank. Now, I'm also wondering, dudes, I want to see something here. Now that this is reading this as closed, the fairings, inside of a closed fairing, it does auto strut things. There's an invisible auto strut that holds stuff inside. I'm wondering if because we were running two open fairings, right? So I basically, tank wall 2 and tank wall 1 were basically a fairing that was a cup. And I think the game was reading it as open. And if it's reading it as open, it reads it as a hollow fairing, meaning that it won't auto strut anything because, yeah, with a hollow fairing, you can like get in it and walk around. One of the first bits of testing that I did for this rocket was making sure that my inner stage was hollow. And part of doing that is making an open fairing like this. If it's auto strutting those tanks into place, we might not have to run as many struts. And by might, I mean we probably won't. So let me reconnect some of my thrust structure here to the bottom of these tanks. And what I want to do is basically the minimal amount of strutting here. Because once again, I'm pretty dang sure that a closed fairing is going to jive better for us. I'm pretty sure the design decision on my part to make it a twin fairing design to try and improve structure ended up being more trouble than what it was worth, which is fair. Designs go through iterations, dudes. One thing I've really learned as a Kerbal player, and I learned this lesson the hard way, unfortunately, by having designs quite actually blow up in my face with plenty of people watching over the course of the last 10 years. If it blows up, so what? Figure out why it blew up and do it again. There's no money in this game. It's made up money. Don't get discouraged when the stuff that you make doesn't work. Just keep going. Just fix it. Easy. It's not a problem. Like SpaceX. Bingo. Like, that's why, you know, ship 36 exploded. So what? Who cares? You know, and it's not just them. Like, ESAR had their first stage blow up, their whole stack blow up. All right. So what? You have another one. You're building another one. Put it out on the pad. Figure out what went wrong and fix it. Like, that might seem like a lukewarm point of view, right? Like, oh, just fix it. It's rocket science, though. Well, yeah, of course it's rocket science. But if you were smart enough to put the stupid rocket out on the pad and get it to leave the pad, that's the hard part, man. Getting your GSE to work and jive correctly with your vehicle, that's the tough part. Trajectory and control system optimizations in the case of ESAR, that's not nearly as hard to fix as like, oh, I don't know, your rocket destroying itself on the test stand, right? Or destroying itself on the launch pad, like what happened to RFA. They lost everything. They lost everything. They blew up the pad, they blew up the first stage rocket intended for Flight 1, and now you got a big problem, right? Like in the case of ESAR, put it out on the pad and do it again. But even if you want to look at the case of RFA, like, okay, well, you clearly need better fire suppression systems on your pad, right? To take into account this problem in case this happens again, right? So build a better launch pad. Yes, that's going to cost money and, you know, okay, good. Look for more capital investment. You know, like, you can't like admit defeat in this business. You just keep going. Like, look at Astra. Chris Kemp hasn't said like, oh, we're done, we're screwed, this is never gonna work. No, he found a way to pivot, and Astra's building Rocket 4, and when it flies and flies well because it's using Firefly engines, it's gonna work. It'll work fine. Look at Relativity. Relativity basically went bankrupt, and now they're building a new pad. Like, that's this business, man. That's how this works. That's the mentality you need to have to get this to work correctly. Just keep going. Now, I get it. You have runway, you have overhead, etc., etc. Like, you have to get it done eventually. You have to get it right eventually, right? That's not just, like I said, you know, some people think that this is a lukewarm take. Like, it's not. It's, you know, you certainly have to be capable, right, of getting this right. But once again, if you could put the rocket out on the pad and get it to launch, man, that's like 90% of the way there. You know, like, that's in the case of ESAR. RFA has some problems, dude. Like, you know, but even then, you don't see them going like, oh, we're done, we can't do this anymore, right? You don't see them saying that. Jeb would care when he's stranded and burning on Moho. Well, don't strand him on Moho then. Like, it's like the bell curve meme. Have you guys ever seen the bell curve meme? It's like, it shows a bell curve, right? And then at the bottom of the bell curve, like over here on the left, it's just a guy going, all right, just launch another one.
Discovery.
And then at the top of the bell curve, it's like, oh, well, we have to do the correct calculations and engineering and analysis to make sure that this doesn't happen again. Blah, 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 blah. And then at the high end of the bell curve, like over here, it's just launch it again. Just launch it again. Don't just send it, right? Like, you got to do some analysis and stuff, but it really just comes down to, like, instead of sitting there and be like, oh, we got to do this, just launch it again. Just launch it again. Put another one out on the pad. Just put another one out on the pad. Go through the process again. If you go through the process again, you're going to figure out what you did wrong. It's going to be a lot easier to figure it out. Hey, Snow, what's up, man? 27-month resub. And then Aesop82 with the Prime sub. Thanks, man. It really helps me out. I appreciate it. Like, you can't be like, oh, well, that's it. We're screwed. We have this big problem to fix. We have to do all the... No. That's how you go bankrupt. You got to keep going. Apollo 6, launch it again. Yeah. Like, look, how many times has the Prometheus first stage blown up in my face? Probably 50 or 60 times in the 6 parts of this series, easily. It happens. It's Kerbal. Who cares? Make it again. Now, like, once again, if I could only do this with a certain amount of test flights, we'd be spending a lot more time in the SPH kind of going over our struts and stuff, right? Making sure the struts are right, making sure the fairing shape is right. I would be a little bit more hands-on with my troubleshooting. But We're just in engineering mode. We have an unlimited budget. So run hardware rich. It's Kerbal. Let's frickin' roll, dude. Now, like I said, if I'm playing a career mode or stuff, I would get more into the balance of like, you know, doing the troubleshooting and analysis versus not, right? But whatever. Are you excited for the Hail Mary movie? I haven't read Project Hail Mary, honey. And I know, that's on me. That's totally on me. Totally on me. I heard it's really good. SpaceX didn't get Falcon 1 to orbit until the fourth flight. Yeah, just keep going. I read The Martian. Yeah, I read The Martian before the movie came out. Martian's amazing. Really good. Hail Mary's almost as good as The Martian. Cool. All right. Anyway. With this updated fairing design, guys, what I want to do is, like I said, the minimal amount of struts. Now, before in our other design, we had all these reinforcement struts that I put in everywhere. I think that was throwing me for a curveball because we had open fairings. All right, now we have a closed fairing on the stage, and it's one fairing instead of two split. So let's go through our testing procedure. You guys notice every time I do a stage test, I put it out on the pad in the exact same way. I take it out of my mastercraft file, I select that as the root part, right? And I put the same probe core on, right? We put the same damn probe core on, and we put the same batteries on in the same spots. Sometimes it's been in 4X, sometimes it's been in 6X. It doesn't really matter, right? And then I put the clamps in the same exact spot every time. Because I personally like testing it this way. I don't ever revert to launch. I always put this thing out on the test stand in the same exact way every single time. That'll get you better test results. Your test results will be way more consistent doing that. Because sometimes when Kerbal does revert to launch, you start having float point errors and memory leaks and stuff. And that's not going to get you a high fidelity simulation. The less you reload, quick save, quick load, and revert to launch, the better your simulation is going to be. So once again, this booster is 181 parts. It's literally, well, actually 200 less than our other one was 420. So we're, what, 300 parts. All right. And I have a theory that the closed fairing is going to auto-strut those tanks into position, and we won't have those structural problems that are encountered. Now, there is one thing I should do before we go any further, and that is run a strut from the top of the fairing shape. I'll do it in 6 times symmetry. Run a strut to the top of the fairing shape so the game understands that structurally it's closed. I don't like making changes after we got out of the mastercraft file. You know what? Let's do the same thing every time. I just said that. So we have our R5 stage test. Let's go over into the VAB and we'll test it. I have a theory that this fairing that's encapsulating the tanks is going to be wobbly as hell. But we'll see. Yeah, Attack, this is a big one. I've done waterfall style testing in KSP before in mission mode. Mission mode 2 rules basically make it so you have to do waterfall style testing with, well, you could do it either way. It depends on the budget allocated. I've done waterfall style testing, tested as much stuff on the ground, building test stands and all these different contraptions to make sure everything works correctly. We did it with the SSTO, testing the bilobe tanks. Remember that? Who was there for that? And I did make it work, but it did blow up on the pad. But that's because I didn't take into account the structural analysis. It's really hard to build a launch pad in Kerbal for a rocket that weighs 2,400 tons. Long story short. Yeah, see it jostle around. But hey, not bad. That top fairing shape was moving around all over the place, but was working okay. Hey, Astrophysics, what's up? All right, so I will redo the heaviest part strut, and we'll see if that helps us here. Because what that was this thing breaking off of its hold down points because it weighs 2,900 tons. This first stage weighs more than my entire SSTO, which is my heavy duty SSTO, which is crazy. What would be some tips for somebody new to KSP? I just got it and I'm making my way through the tutorials. Keep it simple, Leaf. Rocket science is already complicated. You don't need to complicate the design anymore. Keep it simple. Don't try to build a space shuttle. If you're a newer player, don't try to build a shuttle. Don't do that. Don't try to build a Saturn V. NASA didn't start with the Saturn V. They started with a Redstone rocket. Basically a glorified missile. Single engine, 2 fuel tanks, and a payload on top. Start there and work your way up. The important thing to do is define your goals. Define your goals. What are you trying to do? That's a big one with rocket science. You have to, like, are you sitting there just building a rocket? Are you sitting there to have fun? Like, what are you doing? Fairing got angry. Fairing got very angry. We gotta strut that fairing. Like, and I know that sounds really stupid, right? But I find that a good way to play the game is to not build a one-off rocket for, like, okay, I need a rocket for this mission. Let's build the rocket. What I like to do is build one rocket and have it make sure you can complete all your mission goals in the early parts of career, right? So you spend more time flying and making money and less time in engineering something. I'm there to have fun, but I also want to work on getting through the campaign. If you're playing career mode, all right, define your goals. What's your goal for the rocket that you're building? Like I said, I like to build one rocket and make that rocket launch all the different types of payloads. Why? Why do I like doing that? Because that's how the real guys do it. You're not building a new rocket design every time you go to launch a payload. No, like, look at Rocket Lab. Like, let's take Rocket Lab as an example. Rocket Lab has the Electron rocket, right? And they have made modifications to Electron over the years to accommodate different payloads, but it's still one type of rocket. They're not like changing the amount of engines on it every time. Build one rocket with very clearly defined goals based off of the missions that you're getting, and then just use that rocket and build the payload on top of it and send it. You know, don't build a new rocket every time you have a new payload. Build a new payload every time with the same rocket. Does that make sense? And have that rocket's goals be very clearly defined. So, for instance, when I started playing Career Leaf, like a hardcore career mode, I built one rocket. That one rocket was very simple. It was a rocket engine, a couple of fuel tanks on top, decoupler, interstage attach, another engine, another fuel tank, decoupler, capsule on top. It looked like Electron or like Mercury Redstone. It wasn't complicated. But I made sure that that rocket could move, let's see, like I looked at all the payloads, all the missions that I was getting, and most of the missions called for a payload to go to, like, it was calling for like a 1 to 2 ton payload to go to low carbon orbit, right? So, okay, I made a rocket that could move like 5 tons into low carbon orbit, and that way I know that any mission that could get thrown at me, right, I could easily do just with this one rocket. That way I spent less time designing the rocket and more time flying and making money just so you could do better missions. Same rocket, new payload. Bingo. Defining what's called, so Leaf, in rocket science, there's this, and basically in any engineering project, there's this thing called stakeholder expectations. It's a construct of systems engineering. So what does that mean in plain English if you don't speak engineer? It's like I said, what are you doing? What are you trying to do? What are you trying to make? What's the purpose of this rocket? So, you know, obviously the purpose of the rocket is to do the missions, right? So you could fly the missions in campaign, right? That's your mission. So what type of missions are you flying? Where are they going? Where do a lot of the missions go? What is the rocket trying to do? That's how they do this in real life. Engineer one rocket that can do the maximum amount of missions, and then If your stakeholder expectations change, you start getting bigger payloads that need to go further, build a bigger rocket. Falcon 1 to Falcon 9. Electron to Neutron. Or going back to the Apollo program. Redstone, Jupiter, Juno, Titan, Saturn 1, Saturn 1B, Saturn 5. They slowly scaled up. Like, that's what I mean. Don't try to build something crazy. Build something that works. Striker, you got a new job. $8 an hour more. Nice. I think Atlas 5 is a great example. Build the same rocket, and if needed, add some SRBs. That could work too. Sure. Defining your mission and defining your stakeholder expectations are fundamental. Like, that's so important. Because if you're not, you're just playing with Legos, and it might not work. One rocket for as much as possible in career. There you go. And that rocket has to be simple. Remember, just because a rocket looks simple doesn't mean it was simple to make. That's very important to understand. All right, I'm just moving the fuel tanks out of line for a second. Striker, thanks for the bits, buddy. Appreciate it. Absolute Industries. EJ, you're awesome. Thank you. Thanks, man. This Kerbal's awesome. Kerbal will teach you rocket science. But Kerbal's going to teach you rocket science in the same way that playing like Gran Turismo is going to make you a race car driver. You will have a way better understanding of how it all works, but there's really not much of a substitute for either A, hands-on industry experience, or B, an engineering degree. Thank you for the advice. If you can always ask me, dude. I have 20,000 hours in KSP. I've been playing KSP since 2013, or 2012, if we really want to be technical. I have a lot of experience in this. All right, so let's work on our shape fastener stuff. Yeah, Striker, you could say that again. Once again, you guys know the drill. I'm taking time with my strut design and making sure that everything is nice and straight and nice and even, right? And the reason why I'm doing this is, to let myself know that I placed that strut. Like, see how that strut is perfectly straight and both of the strut ends are facing each other, right? That's how I know I placed it and it's supposed to be there. Because if it wasn't supposed to be there, if it was like off crooked like that, right, we'd know immediately that that's not something that we designed. That's not something that we put there. Now, what I'm trying to do with these is basically add a kind of quote-unquote internal baffling to make sure the outer skin of this connects to the tanks correctly. The other thing that I'm going to do is exactly what we did before. With our strut design going too long. Okay, hold on. We're gonna have to do the intermediary thing with the physicsless part. Think of this, so the rocket equivalent of what I'm doing here would be called internal stringers. Internal stringers on this is yeah, that's the name for it. This is basically a rigid internal structure that's usually submerged inside of the fuel tanks. And internal stringers do two things. One, they make the thing stronger, right? Which is what we're doing here. Now, another thing that an internal stringer would do in real life is prevent tank slosh. There's a couple of things that you got to worry about with fuel draining out of these fuel tanks in real life. Remember, the rocket is vibrating all over the place. The engines make a lot of vibrations, and it's flying on a crazy trajectory that's going up into space, right? Between the vibrations and the crazy flight trajectory that's just inherent to getting into orbit, the propellants can splish splash around inside. And if you do, like, say the rocket turns a little bit harder, your propellants are gonna do this. They're gonna do that. That's bad for it. What you're risking here is when the propellants are sloshing back and forth, you're risking the intake for the liquid fuel engines. It's called a pickup. You're risking the pickup basically running into sucking in air instead of liquid. That blows up rocket engines usually. Which commentator of Starship streams is your favorite one? Please say Dan. John Insprucker. I've met Dan. Astrophysics. Dan's cool. Yeah, I like him. But, I'm sorry. Norminal. Mr. Norminal is my guy. Yeah, liquid fuel rockets don't like intaking air. That's bad. That's bad for them. Liquid fuel rockets sucking in air into the pickup is about as bad as a naturally aspirated internal combustion engine sucking in water. It breaks things. Turns out that gases and fluids don't act the same under similar circumstances. Mostly because gases can be compressed and liquids can't. How do they prevent slosh? Baffling. Now, actually, interesting thing, this is slightly topical for what we're going to talk about with space news in a little bit, Nader. If you watched Starbase Live yesterday, SpaceX lifted that gigantic tube. How they're dealing with slosh in such a big rocket design is quite actually doing this. They're putting a fuel tank inside of another fuel tank like that. Yeah, that's how they're preventing slosh. A fuel tank or a header tank inside is better for relight. It's better for reigniting the engines because it's easier to prevent slosh inside of a big tank, and it also prevents slosh on the way up. It's actually a really smart idea. A fuel tank inside of a fuel tank. Really smart. What about second fuel tank? What about it? So we know from the initial R5 testing that keeping this gigantic fairing shape in line is going to be difficult. So what I'm doing is I'm strutting all of my different components together. This is basically the fairings. The fairings are the primary load path. That's where all the load is being transmitted up the vehicle. The fuel tanks are basically riding on the sides, right? And so is the fairing shape, for what it's worth. Now, what I'm doing here is something that I probably should have done before, but it's okay. So what I'm doing here is getting the fairing shape here. And I'm running struts to all the different segments of said fairing shape to try and make sure that the thing stays in line. But how did you meet Dan? Media team. I had media accreditation for Flight 8 with NSF. So I got to like walk up to Starhopper and stuff. It's pretty cool. What if they pump some to the smaller tanks to act like primer tanks? Primer tanks. As heck, you don't... That's not how rocket engines work. Every rocket engine gets primed through what's called a pre-valve, or some type of master valve system that allows propellants to flow into the engine to thermally condition it. That's how they prime the engines. A smaller fuel... You would normally prime out... Like Starship primes out of its header tank, if that's what you're asking, if that's what you're saying. Yes, that already happens. But, yeah, that's not, you don't need necessarily, like, oh, we don't need a smaller fuel tank to prime engines. Like, Falcon 9 doesn't have a header tank, and it primes its engines with its main fuel tanks. This might be a super basic question. Ask away, dude. What are the fuel lines made of in these rockets? Metal? Like, I mean, dog, okay. It could be anything. Like on Starship, they're using stainless steel. They use stainless steel lines. On Falcon, it's aluminum, TIG welded aluminum. The reason why you do this is because you don't want to use different types of metals in the plumbing than you do in the structure of the rocket. And if you do, you're going to get different expansion and contraction rates of metal. Like if you have steel pipes inside of an aluminum rocket, the steel is going to expand and contract at different rates than the aluminum, and it could break things. It gets complicated. Some use composite. Some use metal with composite. Like Electron definitely has metal steel, like metal lines with a composite structure. That's getting into all different types of material engineering and finite element analysis. Great explanation, thank you. Yep. Hey Sylvain, what's up? All right. The funny thing is that, you know, we're trying to solve an in-game problem, but this ends up looking very similar to internal baffling. This is what it looks like. It just looks like a bunch of struts kind of all coupled together. Like here, take a look inside of a Saturn V fuel tank. See what I'm saying? The baffling and internal stringers look very similar. See, these are your baffles right here to prevent your propellants from sloshing. Dude, I actually didn't mention the second thing. You know, I said you had there's two things that you got to worry about with fuel, two main things. There's a bunch of things, but the second one is that if you don't put slosh baffling down around your pickups. Okay, anybody ever take a bath? What happens when you pull the plug? Whirlpool. Right? That absolutely happens with rockets. Oh yeah, if you don't put baffling in. The propellants will start doing a whirlpool inside of the fuel tank, and guess what that does? It works like a gyroscope and actually will start to process the rocket on the axis, like it does basically intermediate axis theorem and starts to spin the rocket. That's absolutely a thing. That's why there's baffles in the Saturn V tank here. That's why there's baffles at the bottom of the LOX tank. to prevent the propellant from whirlpooling into the pickup. That's absolutely a thing that can happen. And it works like a giant gyroscope. It'll spin the rocket. SpaceX had a problem with that with their second stage on Falcon 1 Flight 2, I think. Yeah, that's the other thing. So you got to worry about the propellant sloshing back and forth. You also got to worry about them whirlpooling. If they whirlpool, your rocket will basically blow up. Could a liquid-fueled missile use that to fly straight? It's on the wrong axis to do that, O-Force. You would need a whirlpool that's going sideways, not this way. Does the external tank have something similar? It has a baffled pickup, yes. The ETS baffled pickups at the bottom. They're not as big as the Saturn V's, but then again, the Saturn V fuel tank is massive. Repost, thanks for answering my questions. I learned a ton about spaceflight and engineering in general since I've been coming to your stream. You do a fantastic job explaining things. Yeah, my pleasure, man. You're baffled. No, you're not. But see, look, this ends up looking a lot like a baffling structure, which is pretty cool. Okay, maybe you are baffled. All right, yeah, that makes more sense. Okay, let's save the design. Let's put the tanks back in position. R5 first stage test. Do the exact same thing. Delete the rest of the mastercraft file because this is a different file. Take the same probe core. Same batteries. 4x symmetry. Same solar panels there just in case. Got there like that. Save. So this is with an internal structure that's holding the fairing, but not the fuel tanks. I'm kind of trying to go iteratively. I'm adding a strut system that I think is going to make it work, and then we'll put it out and we'll see if it does it. Make sure we set staging to be exactly the same. Save. All right. Switch over to the VAB. Let's put it out on our test stand. On my way to work now. I'll see you later. If I see you later, I'll say hi. Okay? What else would you say if you see me later? I would say potato. Potato. Since when do you work for NSF? What do you mean, astrophysics? Since when? I've been working for NSF since 2023. I host, well, I don't always host it, but I do. I'm part of a podcast that NSF does on Friday nights with Jack Beyer and Sawyer Rosenstein called The Flame Trench. It's pretty good, man. Pretty fun time. And I've also hosted a couple of Starship streams, done a couple of Starship stakeouts for them. I don't really get to go over and do stuff with NSF as much as I'd like, but that's because I'm here. Okay, so we can hang it. Let's try the booster ramp first, see what that does. Okay, we got to maximum power. Let it go, see what happens. Okay, let's try to set her down, see what happens. I don't think we broke anything. It's finally not exploding. What's up, man? I deleted the second fairing and made this one big fairing shape. I didn't edit it, it's still segmented, but all the segmented pieces are strutted. Just gonna try to get it to some flat ground. We'll know that it'll wonk out if we touch the if like we land on the engines and it blows up. We'll know it's still wonky. It blew up. Fuel tanks. See? Yep, the fuel tank started moving around. It went right to its thighs and then it blows up. EJ, favorite NSF host after they started doing flame shot. Jack and Sawyer close seconds. Oh, thanks. You're one of my favorite NSFers. It's where I know you from. There you go. You sure EJ is everybody's favorite commentator? I'm sure some people hate me, Cheeseburger. That's... See, what I find is that I really try to simplify explanations. If I'm giving an explanation for something, I try to keep it as short as possible. Like if I'm doing it for NSF. Here, we can afford to get into long-term stuff. But I think people get confused by my simplistic explanations for something. I think it makes people think that I'm simplifying it to an extent that I don't understand how the complicated stuff works, which is false. But like if you want me to do an Alex explanation, I can do that. Sure. I find that that's where a lot of the criticism that I get from doing NSF stuff comes from. Like people are like, "Oh, this guy's an idiot. He doesn't know what he's talking about." I'm like, dude, if you want to sit here and talk about, dynamic pressures and stuff and, load analysis and structural analysis, I have plenty of experience there. I just keep it short and sweet because I don't personally, and every spaceflight commentator is different, dudes. Everybody's different. I don't personally like to talk your ear off. If I do end up talking people's ear off, like if I give a longer explanation, it's usually needed because it's difficult. It's a difficult thing. But what I try to do is give the shortest answers for complicated subjects, and that does get, there's only so many details you can put in if you're trying to give a short explanation. But I also believe that if you're going to be a good teacher, the shorter amount of time it takes to explain something, if you try to make your answer short and sweet, you basically get rid of facts that are not useful, right? And you weed out all the fill to get, you boil your idea down into a crucible, and it gives it the most punch. If you can find the medium between talking somebody's ear off and losing their attention completely and giving a short and sweet explanation that has that punch that really explains what you're talking about, if you kind of just go a little bit more than the shortest of the short, it usually makes for good explanations. My fairing is edited so that there's no fairing housing clipping into anything. Yeah, you got to keep your explanation short-ish. Like that explanation that I just gave to you about explaining things, that was short and sweet. I kept your attention pretty well, and you understood what I'm talking about. But yeah, on the flame trench, and on NSF, you kind of got to keep your stuff a little short and sweet, or else you're going to lose people's attention. So I tend to keep the explanations pretty short, and I generally, because I'm hosting a cast with other people, I don't want to be the one talking the whole time. I don't want to do that. So because of that, I think people get confused and think I don't know what I'm talking about because I tend to oversimplify explanations.
Oh, this is space.
But
I'm
anyway,
in space.
either way, if you like me, you don't like me, I don't care. Whatever, dude. I'm just trying to get people happy and excited about space. And yeah, that's really been my thing. How's your day going? It's good, FYI. I'm good. How are you doing? Your fairings edited so there's no fairings with them. I have one fairing for the body and one for the engine section. Never had any of the fairings pop. I don't mind Alex's explanations either. Yeah, I don't mind them either. I listen to Alex. Alex's explanations are packed full of details. I will admit it's a lot of details to retain in your head. He lays down a lot of information really, really quickly. And I like that. Personally, I don't have any problem listening to it. Yeah, if he says what needs to be said, you know, I like his explanations. That doesn't mean I'm not going to break his balls over it, though, either. I saw you were building the pillar bottom. Do you play Halo? I haven't really, not really on stream, Hurtful, but, hi, serious, old. But I've played every Halo game. I've beaten, well, and when I say every Halo game, I mean Halo 1, 2, 3, ODST, and Reach. I don't acknowledge 343 Industries as a studio or a proponent of Halo. I don't care. They ruined the lore and ruined the franchise completely. No, I'm not going to change my mind. Halo 1, 2, 3, ODST, and Reach, I've beaten all of them on Legendary. Like Halo 1 and Halo 2 on Legendary like 20 years ago. But yeah. Your reactions on Starship flights inspire me about space. You're doing a good job. Thanks, man. Yeah, I'm just happy that makes you guys happy, you know? But don't make it simpler at the cost of accuracy. Some people think I tend to simplify too much, O10. And I think that's where people don't. That's why, you know, like certain people don't like me. Which is fine. I get it. Dude, you can only make so many people happy. That's the other thing about content creation. You're not going to make everybody happy. Somebody's going to be a jerk. Somebody's going to hate you. It is what it is. Deal with it. Like, the vast majority of people that watch this stream don't do it to hate watch. And if you do, hey, great. Cool, man. I'd hate me too. Like, I get it. Like, it doesn't bother me. It doesn't keep me up at night. Yeah, Rarest, I don't. And it's not like, that's not to say that I didn't give Halo 4 a chance. I did play Halo 4. I watched, I played it for a little bit and I was like, eh. And then I decided to watch a Let's Play
Discovery,
after
that.
And just, I don't even mind the gameplay so much for all of 343's games. The gameplay isn't necessarily bad. I hate what they did to the lore. I hate it. I can't stand it. It really pisses me off because the original Bungie developers did such a good job with the Halo canon and all the books that they wrote for them. I read all the books too. I read every book up to Ghost of Onyx. Like Fall of Reach, First Strike, The Flood, Contact Harvest. I've read all of those. And to make Halo 1, they basically wrote Halo 2, 3, ODST, Reach, and Contact Harvest, and the Fall of Reach. They wrote the entire story for the game first, and then made the game out of one specific part of the entire story. It's called the Halo Bible. I personally think that if you're going to come up with a franchise canonical like game or movie, that's the right way to do it. And basically, by the time 343 came around, they looked at the Halo Bible and said, all right, we'll use some of this, but we won't use all of it. And they started introducing their own elements that went against the original, like, Halo Bible, and that just pissed me off. That's waste of time, dude. It's so bad, Lunprod. It's so stupid. Like, oh my god. I don't like your explanations on Flame Trench, but I don't like you in general. I subscribe because I like your patience and how in-depth you go in your explanations on stream. Oh, thanks, Block. Like I said, you got to keep it short and sweet there because I'm hosting with 2 other people. I don't have your undivided attention. I have to give Jack and Sawyer time to talk, or else it's just me talking. You know, you have to do that. But yeah, feedback is generally appreciated as long as you're constructive. I don't really care. Anyway, hey Jack Tank, 68-month resub. Interesting one, Prime. Yeah. What have you missed today, Redbeard? I'm just doing more testing. I redesigned this a couple of times and I'm... yeah. Trying to figure some stuff out. I think in my test file here, I will run the minimal amount of... actually, you know what? Let's just do it in the Mastercraft file. I'm pretty sure the fuel tanks just flopping around in there are no good. When EJ ran stream on NSF? I don't know. Static fire the thing? Well, I just did, but yeah, and the static fire and everything did work really well. Astrophysics, you dream of making your own rocket company, the first one in your country, in Bulgaria. And as your streams inspire me to, that's what I need. Once again, thanks. Yeah, no problem, Astrophysics. All good, man. Yeah, I'm glad I could make your day better. That's really what I'm after. Making your day better and learning something. And I'm not perfect at it, dude. Even after a decade of doing this. A decade plus, I'm not perfect. Sorry. Is it still the fairing causing problems? Yes and no. Thanks for all the entertainment over the years. Today's your daughter's first DJ stream at 2. At 2 days old. Nice. I don't care. Guys, you know, in the YouTube chat, guys, they're talking about, is it pad A or pad B or pad 1 or pad 2? I don't really care. I'm going to call them this pad and that pad. Getting wound up in the minutia like that is a waste of time and a waste of brain cells. So this pad is pad A or pad 1, and that pad is pad B or pad 2. This pad and that pad. And then the one at the cave, that's the other pad. So this pad, that pad, and the other pad. That's what I'm calling it, because that's about as useful as calling it pad A or pad B or pad 1 or pad 2 or pad alpha, pad bravo. I don't care. There's no succinct nomenclature for pad naming schemes in multi-pad launch complexes. Like 39A and 39B are 2 separate launch pads, but they're labeled like a twin pad launch complex. It's not. They're 2 separate pads. Larry, Curly, and Mo? I like that one. Alright, let's try to shock load this thing. Brakes. What if they made a 4th? Well, that's the other pad. Yeah. Alright, this is pissing me off, dude. Ah, I should have checked. Damn. I gotta do that test one more time. You're gonna see more explosions. Nah, God Ninja, that's not working. Patty McPadface. Yeah, there you go. So, with this design, the fairings are all strutted together, but the fuel tanks are not. They're just kind of hanging out. 95, are you still here, dude? How did you attach your fuel tanks? Is it on a plate, or did you radial attach? Because I do have some other ideas about how to do this. 39A and B could be argued that they were part of the same launch complex, since they both had their vehicles built in the VAB and were controlled from the same launch control room. Yeah, but 37A and B, 37AB, 36AB, LC17, those do the same exact thing, and they're called one launch complex. Yeah, I guess you're right, maybe. I don't know. I don't care. That's the whole point, Talon. You're splitting hairs. That's the whole point that I'm... Like, this is a waste of time. Alright. It's gonna blow up again. I just need to see where it happens. Fuel tanks. Absolutely fuel tanks. Airstream protective shell collided into S4512. Cubic octag collided into S4512. S3 S4 adapter confined. Check DMs. Are you on an engine plate? You're using a plate? Alright. Oh, nice. This is fine. Everything's fine. I actually have an interesting idea for attaching fuel tanks that don't use an engine plate 95. I want to test it. Let's see what happens. It might work. Because I noticed that if you attach on an engine plate, the engine plate attachment nodes are actually quite small. Right? We need something... We would need kind of an equivalent of a... Like those 5-meter tanks have the large attachment node. If I could get something... If I could get a 6 times decoupler on the 5-meter attachment node size, or at least something close to that, we might... What's this, man? I use the fuel drain method from Stratton Blitz to increase FPIS. Oh, that's neat. What type of music am I into? Classic rock astrophysics. Wait, why are you 95 in your design? Why do you have stack decouplers? What are you using those stack decouplers for? I'm confused. Hey Chief, what's going on, buddy? Fuel drain. Oh, that's what you're talking about, the Stratton Blitz. Yeah, I got you. Stop the engines from draining every single tank at once. Why not just change the fuel priority? You have flow priority, dude. You don't need to have all the tanks drain at once, dude. I'm confuzzed. Are you having a case of the Tuesdays? No? Is there anything here that's going to give me 5-meter decoupler nodes? The engines will still pull from every tank. I don't know how to explain it. I know. I think I understand what you're saying, but yeah, I'd have to go rewatch that Stratton Blitz video. I've seen it. I remember. All right, I gotta go have fun. No, stay here. You can leave chat anytime you like, but you can't ever leave the stream. Eagles reference. Interesting. I watched it, Hellfish. Well, I've seen highlights. I didn't watch the thing in its full entirety. I didn't have time. But yeah, it's pretty awesome, dude. Back at the beginning was pretty sick. So this test that I want to do is going to need, I need to figure out the position for the engines that are in 6x symmetry. I have an idea because the fuel tanks were radially attached, and the amount of jolt that we were getting from the 6 engines igniting were basically making the fuel tanks do this inside of the fairing, and that causes, well, explosions. I'm going to try something a little bit different here, okay? What I want to do is basically figure out the spot where these fuel tanks need to be. And well, no, if we did it that way, we would be not using grandparent strut, so that's not great. Right now you're perfecting the booster. I'm not perfecting it. I'm trying to get it to work. This booster is going to be under an insane amount of load, guys. That's something you got to take into account. It's really, really not going to have fun. What thrust does this have? These engines are overclocked to 300% of rated thrust. All 19 engines going full bore make 74,000 kilonewtons of thrust. That's not really something Kerbal was designed for. So we're running into some interesting structural engineering problems here. Namely, my fuel tanks like to come apart inside of the fairing. Yeah, they like to break off because we're pushing the limit. I think you get what you want to do. You want to change straight in the load path. No. I need to strengthen, at this point, dude, I think I've got the fairings figured out. I need to strengthen the fuel tanks. Now, I could have kept going with the design that we just had and strutted all the fuel tanks like we did before. That probably would work. What I'm trying to do now is figure out a way to make the strongest type of attachment for the fuel tank, so I need the least amount of struts. Understand? Why are you using fairings? Sorry for the questions. I'm new at KSP. Okay. This is a great way to build a big rocket and have it... Aerodynamics is the short answer. Astrophysics. This is a great way if you're building a custom core diameter and then clustering rockets together to get it aerodynamically to play nice. If the game thinks all the fuel tanks are inside of a fairing, the rocket shape is going to be subject to aerodynamics, and it's not going to treat it like just a bunch of fuel tanks flying together. This will help us with aerodynamic mitigations. It'll make it fly more realistically in KSP. Wonder if you can use SVI to carry the load instead of relying on single joints. No, I'm doing that for the interstage aqueducts. Once again, yeah, that's what the interstage is going to do. There's a reason why I'm attaching the hold down points up here to put the maximum amount of force on that interstage to make sure that it's strong enough to be able to handle the SVI. Because I'm doing that, dude, I really can't afford to have something inside of the fairing utilizing same vessel collision. If we do, right, we're going to have a little bit of an issue. Because it could potentially drive wrong with the interstage, which we absolutely need to have SVI for it to work correctly, or else it's just going to explode. Yeah, sorry, I was trying to explain that yesterday. The brain wasn't braining. See, these give you 375 attachment nodes, which is actually pretty good. All right. Let me try something. I'm going to take this and I'm going to place it in single. What I'm going to do with that big tank is see, the problem with this is that we're not being able to utilize grandparent strut. So this way might give us a stronger attachment, but we'd have to run more struts to get the tanks strutted together correctly. So I'm not sure that that's the right way to do that either. That's what I've been doing, Intuitive. Yeah, that's what I've been doing with my last designs. Like, if you notice down here in the thrust structure, there's a bunch of struts that aren't connected to anything, because that's all the struts that would be going to the tanks. And there as well. See those? All right, I'm gonna redo this structure just a little bit. Let's get rid of that cubic octag, get rid of those struts there, and get rid of those struts. Frick. When you start to deal with complicated stuff like this, the game can sometimes misclick. Astro, you couldn't stop laughing when I saw your reaction on Starship's Flight 5 catch, especially the "come on, baby, come on." Dude, that was genuine, man. I do not indulge in my, reactions at all. Those are all genuine reactions. And to be honest with you, that usually happen, that's happening at least up here every time I watch a rocket launch. I think it's just so damn cool. Have you tried craft file editing? Technically not cheating. I don't understand how craft file editing is going to fix our problems here, Sea Kraken. I see, it's just really funny. Yeah, no, I don't care. Like, if you're laughing at me, you're laughing with me, you're just excited about it, doesn't bother me. I think that's cool. All right. Let's make a big change again. Just terminate that fairing. And I'm gonna have to undo all these struts that I made. We'll have to redo them. That's fine. It's okay. You can get rid of those fuel tanks. That was for another idea. And let me rotate my rulers back into position. That will give me the correct position for the dimensions that we need here. Now, what we're going to do is detach the entire aft segment of this. And I'm going to get rid of that fairing. And I'm going to replace that fairing with an inline engine plate. This might be a stupid thing to do. Engine plates are very finicky. They don't really like to play nice a lot. Now what we're going to do is we're going to go back in here and I'm going to attach to the big attachment node in line on the engine plate. And then I'm going to take my engine plate and we're going to get rid of the shroud, get rid of the staging, and then we take this, right? And we move it all the way back into position and make sure that it lines up with the rulers. See the struts up there? They're acting as rulers. Make sure we locate everything in the right spot. I'm working on it, Hydrolox. So see those, this is what I'm talking about. See those struts? Some struts just ran when I reattached everything. And there's struts just running all to random things all over the place. No good. We gotta delete them and redo them. That's how I know I didn't place those struts, because they're not, they don't look nice. They don't look pretty. So now, let's get our rulers back in line. And let's take the fairing shape, edit the fairing shape. Close the fairing. Okay. So what I did was I made a major structural change. Because we were using a two fairing design before, now we're using a singular fairing at the back that's making the whole structure, right? I took the center fairing out and I replaced it with an engine plate. And as far as I can tell, the engine plate is the best way to attach your fuel tanks. Where I'm kind of getting a little wonked out is we attached it on the engine plate attachment node, the back attachment node, which I'm not 100% sure if that's going to be okay. This stuff really, the engine plate attachment node gets finicky at times, but we'll see. Raptor chat. Oh yeah, it's Tuesday. I think craft idling, I think can be used to make precise fairing nodes. Well, I can be pretty precise with the rulers, Seakraken. I'm just, 95 did some editing, and I'm not necessarily against it. I'm more, I really wish we could find a way to do it without doing that. All right, so if we do grandparent strut, it's going to strut those to the engine plate. And those are auto-locked on grandparent strut, which means these tanks are now strutted to that. Actually, let me turn on the auto strut so I can just see. You're about to see a mess of spaghetti. Yep. Cool. Excellent. Not bad. Alright, so what happens when we go to attach the S3, S4 adapter down here? Take those. Oh, yeah. Cool. Now that's some auto strut, dude. The fuel kind of makes it look like Hydrolock's first stage fuel ratio. Yeah. Yeah, I see it. I'm kind of aiming for Carolocks because F1, but it's not exact. It would actually, dude, it could be Carolocks. That's almost enough. Lox tank, kerosene tank. That's almost the right ratio. It's pretty close. How do you get those lines to stay on the screen? In the debug menu, you go to physics and then visualize auto struts. Auto struts are invisible struts that you can use to assign to parts to help improve performance. Yeah, pretty much, Seacracker. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I don't know off the top of my head, but that sounds right. Autostrut is something that was added in Kerbal version 1.2. It's part of the stock game. You have to enable part action windows in the settings to get at it, but yeah, it's in the stock game. Yep. Actually, I'm not even sure if you have to do that anymore, but you know. Okay, so the fuel tank configuration is fine. Let's move those out. And work on the internal structure here like what we did before. So what I'm going to try to do is bare minimum strut. Like how we had it. So let's go here to there. Lock that puppy in. This is basically, once again, working like internal stringers to hold the whole thing together. Or else Kerbal will just see it as a bunch of parts flying around that just happen to be attached to each other. That's how Kerbal does its aerodynamics, guys. It's just like, oh, well, It's just a bunch of parts flying around together. It doesn't understand if one is in front of the other or anything unless you tell it that with a fairing. Like, it's not going to register to all these if we just had all the fuel tanks flying. Kerbal ain't going to understand that all these fuel tanks flying together are like one thing. It's just going to treat it as a bunch of fuel tanks flying around that are kind of next to each other. If you put it in fairings, it'll treat it like a bunch of fuel tanks inside of a fairing flying next to each other, and it'll treat it aerodynamically a lot nicer. Or not nicer, more realistic. That's why I'm insistent on getting the fairing design. If NASA ever built something like this, do you think they could implement reuse? They could implement reuse, but it wouldn't be reuse in the way that you think. As Seakraken said in chat, air starting these, good luck. Could it be done? Sure. But the real question is, could you get this thing to propulsively land? Yeah, probably. Now you have a different problem to solve. Your different problem to solve is that you need an F1 engine. You need to be able to make an F1 engine throttleable. F1 engines are not throttleable. They have two settings, on and off, and that's about it. Anywhere in between, it'll explode. They just barely got this damn thing right, and even then, they didn't get the pogo right with it until later in the program. So, long story short, trying to make the F1 engine, which has two settings, on and off, have a deep throttle capacity range where you have a throttle range from 40% up to 100%, which is what's required for doing a propulsive landing. You got to be able to throttle up and down your engine so you can take into account that you're draining fuel while you're coming into land. The throttle needs to be variable so you can land. You need to be able to make precise changes to your throttle, which is what Merlin and Raptor can do. And that basically would require a complete redesign of an F1 engine. You would have to completely redesign the thrust chamber to a point where I'm not entirely sure if you could make a deep throttleable engine with this De Laval nozzle convergent divergent expansion ratio that the F1 has. I'm not sure you could make that shape do that. Hey Pogo, you rang? Yep. Is the Merlin engine related to the F1 in any way? No. The Merlin engine has the most in common. It has lineage, for sure. It can trace its lineage to the descent propulsion system from the Apollo program, believe it or not. Yes, that's right. The Merlin engine is in the same family tree as the LEM from the Apollo program. Yep, that, if you can trace its lineage to anything, that's it. Why? Why the LEM? Why do that? The LMD, see it right there? Apollo 15 touched the nozzle down because they landed on a hill. Yeah, see that? That's bad for it, but you weren't using it anymore after that, so it doesn't matter. Thanks, been playing KSP for a decade and still learning about things like the debug menu. Yeah, sure. Yeah, the LEM, that thing, right there. Falcon 9 traces its lineage to that motor, right there. Why? Falcon 9 needs to do a propulsive landing on us. It needs to do a propulsive landing down on Earth. What other vehicle in the entire space program does a propulsive landing on a celestial body? So Tom Mueller, when he was designing it, took reference from the Lunar Module Descent Engine, or LMDE for short. Yep, Falcon 9 can trace its roots to the LEM. Yep. True story. What were they doing testing? When were they doing testing with the M1 turbopumps? Did they test for throttle ability? I haven't gone down the rabbit hole that far with M1 engines, Seakraken, to be 100% honest with you. I don't know. I would assume probably it's an upper stage engine, but you're going to run into the same problems, but you might not run into the same problems because it's Hydrolox, but you might run into the same problems because it's Hydrolox. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I'll check that out. I'm gonna check that out. Did SpaceX have propulsive landing in mind when designing the Merlin engine? Yes. Yeah, they had propulsive landing in mind when they designed it. Absolutely. But it was propulsive landing for landing on Mars, not back on Earth. The first Falcon 1 and 9s were going to parachute back down and land. I would be a perfect actor for the movie The Martian. What? Why? Anyway, hold on. I talk about rockets with you guys all day. We could do that during space news. I want to get this done, okay? Were there no propulsive landings of unnamed landers on other planets or moon? Just the LEM? This has to be something in between, right? Yeah, of course. The other systems were pressure-fed hypergulls. Not that the LMDE wasn't, but that was throttleable because you had to fly it and fly it back down. There are other ways to land. That's what I'm trying to say. But propulsive landings on other planets are not as widespread as you might think. Like on Mars, parachutes. Oh, yeah. But that isn't to say that there isn't some descent motors, right? But I'm willing to bet, I don't know this off the top of my head, but I'm willing to bet that all of those engines use a similar fuel injection system to the LMDE, at least the ones that are using liquid fuel. Yes, you heard that right. Surveyor landed on the moon with a direct descent from Earth, from translunar injection, with a solid. The solid did the majority of your descent, and then they landed basically on RCS. Yeah. Bet you didn't know that. Think about how crazy that actually is for a second. The Surveyor probes were a two-stage landing system. Principal descent, 90% of your descent was done with a frigging solid rocket booster that was buried in the belly of the vehicle. And then it jettisoned the solid rocket booster and landed on RCS. Fun fact. Alright, that's going to strut to the forward inner stage, which is the forward inner stage shape. Where were these earlier? This one has structural and design features like heat shield attachment to longeron design and engine plumbing. Yeah, but this is all for SERV, dude. I want to read about it, but I also want to get this booster working. I'm a little bit behind on where I want to be with this. We were so close to having the M1. Dude, they built all the test stands for it. They built all the test stands for it, including a full all-up test stand. They built them out in Sacramento. Aerojet did. We found it on Google Earth. It's a gigantic testing complex, complete for testing LOX turbine or LOX gas generator, hydrogen gas generator, turbine, a full engine test stand. Yeah, all manner of crazy stuff, dude. It's really, really frigging annoying. The Apollo program was going places, dude. Like, Seacrack, part of me is like, dude, if they, there is no way that the Apollo program could have kept, like, if it kept going, there's no way it would have cost as much. Because most of that funding was setting up, most of the funding for the Apollo program, guys, was setting up the industrial base needed for a super heavy launch vehicle. Most of it. I'd say at least 60% of that funding from the Apollo program. Actually, let's say half. You know? There's no facilities to build a 10-meter rocket core. There's nothing. You had to build all of them. There's no test stands to test a 10-meter rocket core. You had to build all of them. There's no factory to produce a 10-meter rocket core. You had to build it. There's no launch pad for something that big, right? You had to build it. That's where a lot of the funding for the Apollo program went, into building test stands, building out the industrial base for super heavy launch capability. What do you suppose they were going to change to make the F1 burn hydrogen? Twin turbos, twin turbo pumps, open cycle gas generators on either side. The Carolox one uses a single gas generator that's closed cycle. The M1 would have used two that are open. Like, we could have kept going with the Apollo program indefinitely for not a lot of money. The reason why is because at that point you're just basically buying new rockets that you already designed. We could have just kept going with it, probably for cheaper than the entire shuttle program. Actually, like, way cheaper than the whole shuttle program. Yeah, actually way cheaper. Like that, you know. I mean, don't get me wrong, the shuttle is cool, but we could have probably ended up saving even more money, even expending Saturn V's, and then worked on reuse, like what SpaceX did with Falcon 9, work on reuse of every mission. We could have done that. We should have done that. But, I don't know. Hindsight's 20/20, I guess. The other thing that I want to do is to make sure the fuel tanks don't get shock loaded. This is going to be a little bit of a weird thing to do, but some people have suggested this, and I'm going to do it. I'm going to move 6 of my engines to a node attachment on the fuel tank. So some of the engines are helping to push up the fuel tanks, and others are not. Now that'll help me utilize grandparent strut here, and the grandparent strut will basically run the struts that we wanted. Like that. Oh, it makes a web. KC-46 issues continue. KC-46 tanker boom just broke off during F-22 refueling mission. The KC-46 was operating off Virginia when it lost its boom and declared an emergency. It's okay. Artemis is putting humans back on the moon, but in 2024. Yeah. Yeah. No, it's good. Yeah, don't worry about stuff like dates. Actually, Artemis 2 was originally scheduled to be in 2022. Yeah. Artemis 3 was supposed to be this year. But yeah, that didn't happen. First pile's been driven into the ground for Giga Bay. Rebar cage, Ford, and concrete trucks are on site too. Cool. Cool. Okay, now that the engine is pushing, these engines are pushing on the fuel tanks, it's going to be, we need to make sure that we run struts to the fairing shapes here. So that's the first thing we'll do. Let's run our struts to the fairing shape. How many stages are in a normal turbo pump for a Hydrolox engine pumping hydrogen? Depends. It's just the AI music that I have running in the background. All Systems composed this, one of my moderators. The AI music is the only thing that doesn't get flagged on friggin' YouTube. As in, don't get me wrong, I would really love to pay a creator, the stream doesn't make that kind of money. I would be shortchanging music creators if I did that, and I don't want to do that. I want to pay people what they deserve, and I really just can't do that. Gimbal on the M1 is 7.5 degrees. Nice. Not going to be able to get that with the Rhinos, but everything gets flagged. Everything. This is the only thing that doesn't. Dude, I've played songs on the guitar and they've gotten flagged. Even if you say the lyrics. If you say the lyrics to a song, the YouTube's closed captioning, if it catches the lyrics and the lyrics are close, it'll flag the video. What about no music? What about it? Dude, I can't sit here for 10 hours in quiet. Can't do that. I can't do that. I'm not gonna do that. Guys, I'll be honest. I don't want to have a conversation about music and audio on the streams. All right, this is just AI music. That's what I'm listening to. I don't really want to talk more about it, guys. The reason why is just because then this turns into everybody trying to come up with a solution for it. I don't need a solution. My solution is working. I don't need a better way to do this. I don't want a better way to do this. This is fine. It's working just fine. And I'd rather spend time giving you guys content than trying to waste time getting music figured out and all that other stuff, dude. Like, I prefer to just do this way. I don't need a solution, fellas. I appreciate it, though, but I don't need that. Thanks for the content. My pleasure, dude. Like, I'm not trying to be a jerk about this. I just, yeah, you know, I'm just trying to space content, dude. I need to refocus. I haven't sat here and given you guys good space content with Kerbal in a long time. I want to get back to basics, especially on the other side of my break. Oh. Let's redo the internal thrust structure down here. No, that doesn't need to be attached like that. This one needs to be attached to... Oh, it's already attached to the skirt. Nice. Let's move that up there so I can see it correctly. That's strutted to the skirt and it's strutted to the aft dome. Perfect. But it's attached to the fuel tank, so we don't need to run the strut that I normally have been running there. But on these engines, which are attached to the skirt, that needs to be strutted to the tanks. These internal ones need to be strutted to the tanks. Actually, you know what? I don't think we need the triangulation. Let's just leave it like that and see what it does. All right, so now my fuel tanks are going to need some help here. There's already a strut at the top. I put a strut at the top that's going to the inner stage fairing. And now... I'm going to do that. I'm going to go with the bare minimum amount of struts. Actually, I think that should be good enough. I'll clean up this in a second. Do a stitch down to the bottom tank there. Actually, you know what? This is too much. Let's back it off. Let's back it off. Let's do our testing. And we'll see. I'm pretty sure the closed fairing is going to hold the tanks in place. Because my old tank design, the R4 design, got up to 450 parts, and I was like, no, that's not good enough. It needs to be less. We can do that for less. Okay. First stage testing. Save. Overwrite. Reroute. Okay. Hold down points in the same spot here. Hey, Resender. Thank you very much for the raid. I appreciate it. Yeah, Redbeard, I'm okay. I'm good. Yeah, thanks for the recommendation, though. I appreciate it. I'm all right, though, brother. We good, man. Okay, so this has a major thrust section redesign and a major structural redesign. So let's switch it over. Let's put her on the stand and we'll see what happens. Oh, okay, Red Dude, I got you. Come on, baby. Kerbal could probably do with a restart. The load times are getting pretty bad. How much memory is it using? 17 gigs. Nice. That was probably your start. Do you have any thoughts on a new mission mode that would be fun after the Saturn build? No. I'm not planning anything. I just want to play Kerbal. Okay. Well, it's way stronger, that's for sure. But we gotta... We got fuel flow problems. Good news is that the thing basically dropped off of the stand. And it basically dropped off the stand and it's nice. It dropped off the stand and crashed onto the top of the launch deck, And yeah, way stronger. What's this beer can? What do your beer cans look like, man? Only 17 gigs? Yeah, I know, right? So we seem to be having some fuel problems here. Why would that be happening? So those are the ones that are attached to the fuel tanks. Those are good. What about you? Why are we transferring fuel? Maybe it's the engine plate. Okay. Let me get a fuel line here. That should do it. There we go. Nice. Okay, there's our plumbing. Right. R5 first stage test. The only changes that we made was that, and actually it looked pretty damn promising the way it was. I'm actually pretty happy. I might want to do some cross struts here and here, but what's our part count at? 169. Nice. We'll do one more test and then give Kerbal a restart. There's a giant drill in Starbase Live right now. What do you think it's for? It's a pile driver. Look, it's basically drilling the it's drilling a post into the ground, or it's making a hole for them to put a post in the ground. A piling is what it's called. Pilings are basically part of the foundation for a very tall structure. Because think about it, the taller you make a building in real life, the further you need to go into the ground, right? So if we see pilings being driven, you know good and well what that's for. Gigabay. Yep. You need to drill pilings. You should see, I don't know if you were around when they first built the first OLM out there, pad A or pad 1 or this pad or that pad or whatever. They had the pilings for that go down probably about 30 meters or about 100 feet. 100-foot pilings that are probably, they're the same width as the 6 posts for the OLM. But they go 30 meters that way. They're big pilings. But to be fair, it's got to hold up something pretty damn heavy. Forgot to ask you about your thoughts on Hail Mary. I've never seen it. Never seen it, read the book. Never read the book. I haven't seen the trailer, haven't read the book. Okay. Yeet! Huh. I'd say we're in business here, dudes. Let's try to land it. Well, land it. How did it not survive that, but it survived being dropped off of the damn pad? In your search for engine throttle ability for the M1, I came up with 2 reasons. Why, but no explicit reason. Mainly, they noticed points of transients when spooling up that increase vibrations and stress on the structure of up to 30% for some transient spikes, and thus even throttling the M1 would cause the entire motor to blow up because factor of safety is less than 1.2 according to some papers. Probably dealing with the same problems as the F1, right? Landing is not necessarily in the design constraints, yep. That looked way more promising, though, I will tell you. Astrophysics, you're going to try to reach Duna for the first time. Wish you luck. You got this. Don't worry. You don't need to worry about not getting to Duna. Gotcha, I think it's Anywhere's best book yet. Better than The Martian, but The Martian still rocks. Just hope the movie adaptation does it some justice. The amount of heat that my damn computer is generating because of this freaking game. We gotta restart, dude. That's the problem. It's like, oh no, just one more test, bro. Just one more test. Hey Jeff, I haven't stopped by in a few minutes. What solutions did you use? How did you make the fairing less explodey? Instead of 2 fairings, I made it 1, and then I put the engine plate in the direct thrust structure. I put the engine plate that mounted the fuel tank in the direct load path instead of attached to a fairing in the direct load path because I got rid of the second fairing. That's all one big fairing shape. Now I'm just thinking what we got to do. With this thing is basically give it some struts that hold the fuel tanks, that kind of triangulate the fuel tanks together to make sure they don't weeble wobble around. And then I think we're good. We'll have this first stage basically working for under 200 parts. Why you no make the chopsticks? Chopsticks? Right now, my first stage is putting out 16 meganewtons of thrust. And it's at 1/3 power, which is pretty cool. My TWR calculation is all screwed up though because we overclocked the engines. I'm just gonna let it sit here for a second. I'm going to try to set it down with less fuel in the tanks this time. This is part of a testing regime where what we're researching here is shock load testing on the entire tank design. My TWR and all the calculations here are all screwed up because these engines, these Mastodon engines, we have overclocked. They're making 300% thrust. They make 3,000 kilonewtons of thrust at full power, give or take. So I don't think the developers ever anticipated a motor making that much power, so it's putting compression load on the booster in ways that we haven't really seen before. I'm just making sure this testing is well understood with the first stage, because this thing's gonna have a 2,000 ton second stage and payload fairing sitting on top of it. I really need to make sure this thing can get put through the ringer and not really have to worry about braking. because there's going to be a gigantor freaking upper stage on top of it. All right, let's try to set her down. Now watch those fuel tanks. You set it down, it might break. Oh no. Oh, they're still moving around though. See them? See the Z fighting that's going on there? We gotta get them to stay still. We can do that with struts, basically. Yep. You see that slight movement there? That's what's getting us. That's what's been plaguing us the whole time. Now we just got it to jive right because we changed the structure of the vehicle. Yeah, guys, this is just the first stage, by the way. Just the first stage. Let's try to break it. Drop. Dude. Okay. Wow. Yeah. That engine plate in the main load path was definitely a good idea. And then I attached some of my engines directly to the fuel tanks. And basically moving my thrust structure around. Dude, that thing's, yeah, see? I'm gonna put a couple sets of struts to make sure that the fuel tanks don't bounce around like that. Now it's gonna break. Yeah. Cool. Damn, dude. That thing's strong. That thing's real strong. If it moves and you don't want it to, more struts. If it doesn't move and you want it to, more boosters. That's the KSP way, indeed. See? Sat here, put our head down. Now we got a real good stage. You know, refactoring the design and changing it 4 or 5 times over was really the right move there. The rapid iteration really helped us a lot. So each one of these tanks is going to need a strut that runs to the fairing shape and a strut that runs to the tank next to it. And then we could do another set down here. So 6 struts to the fairing, 6 struts to the tank next to it. So that's 12. 6 and 6 again, 24. And then that's already being held in position. So I'm not too worried about that. So how much overclock? The Mastodon engines have a 308.9972 repeating, of course, overclock. Would a Falcon 9 failed that reuse testing? What? Jeb or Val? Val wasn't in the game when I started playing, so Jeb. Almost time to start work on stage 2 then. That's right, Ethereal. Yep. Fluffy, you spent all morning working on your air conditioner. Ended up being a capacitor that went boom, 95 degrees, but she's fixed and I didn't get zapped. You fixed the first stage? Yeah. The multiple drops. Yes, that rockets can't land on nozzles like that, Erudite. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's not good for it. Rockets are not structural. That's important to understand. Oh yeah, wait, hold on. We gotta give Kerbal a, been a while since we had an NRE. Yeah, that's mostly because I figured out what makes Kerbal tick and what makes it not tick. Alright, this is ridiculous. It's loaded into the SPH and then we'll force quit the game. How much memory is Kerbal using? 19 gigs. The garbage collection in KSP is non-existent, guys. So EJ, did you see Technology Connection's new video on induction lights yesterday? No. Ethereal, one of the things that I wanted to do on my vacation is catch up on all these videos that everybody links me all the time. If I have 20 people linking me a 15-minute video, well, that's a good chunk of my day that ends up being, you know, like that I keep that, dude, I don't have that much time in the day, right? I wanted to catch up over vacation, but I did not get a chance to because I got stranded in Las Vegas because of flight cancellations. Now, Vegas isn't the worst place to get stranded, but the point is that if I'm in Vegas, I'm not going to, watching YouTube videos is not really on my priorities list. Flight cancel to Vegas sounds rare. Yeah, it doesn't happen a lot. Submit a Jira ticket. No. So I haven't even kept up with all the auto YouTubers that I watch. I'm so far behind. I don't even know which videos to watch and whatnot. That's awesome. Oh. Sea Kraken, that's pretty cool. Yeah, I got stranded in Vegas, and like, I know what people are gonna say, like, oh, stranded in Vegas. I got stranded. I was only expecting to spend like 3 days in Vegas, so I brought a certain amount of money that would tie me over for 3 days for gambling. And my rule of thumb is that if you're gonna go to a casino, you only use the cash that you bring with you. That really is a good way to just prevent, you know, gambling addiction, right? And me, I gotta be careful. I can lock in on something and then that's it. You know, like what we do with KSP. I don't necessarily think casino games are like particularly fun. They are fun to play and it's a cool thing to do. It's not playing video games. Video games are way more addicting. Like the right video games are way more addicting than the casino ever could be. But with that being said, you know, I basically spent my allotted money for gambling like 3 days in, expecting to fly home, and then that didn't happen. So the next 2 days, the next couple of days, the 3 days that I got stranded, I basically didn't do any gambling. So I got stuck in Vegas, and I already had spent my allotted gambling money, and I didn't want to spend any more. Well, just got a flat tire and waiting on getting your car towed. How's your day going? Fine. You don't have a spare 95? Or a jack? You just released yesterday, so it wouldn't have been available on your vacation. I know, dude. I know. What I'm telling you is I'm adding it to a very long queue of other YouTube videos, some of them 2 to 3 hours long that I want to watch, man. My watch queue is way far out, man. I love waiting an hour for your car to get towed. You should go to the In-N-Out in Pasadena, 95. I heard cars get fixed in the parking lot across the street. Oh, yeah, that checks out. Yeah, no, it's all good, man. Oh, good. All right, so R5. So what we wanted to do was run some triangulation struts here for the tanks. The first one is going to be pretty straightforward, just there to there. Oh, we got to make sure we're in radial 6 times symmetry. There we go. Actually, we saw the top of the tank kind of rocking around the Christmas tree, so let's move that up here. All right. Now we need... I've had 2 coffees and nothing else today. It's also after a workout, you're wiped. Alright, whatever. Maybe you should use your garage to learn how to work on cars and not do karate. I'm sorry, man, I couldn't help it. Sorry. I hate you. Yeah, that's fair. Actually, no. Let's go with my minimum amount of struts. Yeah, that's all right. Yeah, that beats. That tracks. Okay, so for this last one, now right in front of those, I'm gonna put an attachment strut here. Make sure it's rotated in the right direction. Get rotated, idiot. Working on the escape missile, something like that. All right, dudes. First stage test. Overwrite. Let's put it out on the test stand in the same way we've put all the other ones out there. Get rid of the master graph file after we saved under a different name. Go. Batteries on it. Save that. Struts need to be in 8 times symmetry for the test to be analogous to all the other ones. Okay, heaviest part auto strut. Just like every other one of them, take the staging clamps, put them in a different stage. Okay, let's do this. Switch it over to the VAB. Putting this bad mamma jam out on the test stand. All right. Let's hope. What's our final part count? 191 parts for the first stage. It's 199, but we have 8 launch clamps. So 191, it's pretty good. And this thing should be able to hold up to some real abuse here. Let's see. A company called Ren Metal released an integrally suppressed 4570. What the hell? That must sound ridiculous, Ethereal. All that pops into my mind is the suppressed shotgun from No Country for Old Men. You know that noise? It must make the weirdest noise, dude. Link! Ethereal, you're gonna need to send a link over to the Twitch chat. All right. Here we go. Slow ramp for the first test. Oh, I didn't add the fuel lines. Link, Zelda! No. We got to make sure when we go back to the mastercraft file that we add these, because those are kind of important. Hey, we didn't blow up the booster on our first test. That first test of this booster. We didn't blow it up, so, Hitting the steel target with the thing impacts louder than a gun. I just saw Jim Bridenstine on Tori Bruno's newest podcast. Really? Huh. Mastercraft, what are you building a boat? Maybe. No. No! I'm gonna go ahead and guess that that's probably the heaviest part auto strut that's messing that all up. So let's just hope and pray that I was right. Check out the last page. I'd like to focus on testing right now, dude. It's so peculiar to me that potentially a scenario where adding less struts makes it stronger. Those fairing struts, dudes. The strutting fuel tank to fairing is making it angry. I don't know why. This is honestly new behavior for me. I've never encountered a scenario where that is the case. In all my years playing KSP, I've never seen that happen. It actually is better if those tanks can, like, kind of move around a little bit. What? I've never seen that. Ever. I've never seen that. Making the tanks more rigid actually made it blow up. My only guess is that it needs to bend and flex a little bit. We were actually making the damn thing too dang rigid. It was too rigid, and if you make something too rigid, right, and it has a shock load like that, it snaps like a twig instead of bending. You know what I mean? An engineer, you have to allow for some wiggle. No, I know that, absolutely. I just didn't... Dude, that tank, each one of these tanks fully fueled is 288 tons. I didn't think one strut would freeze it up that much, you know? Oh, we are A-okay here. We're good, dudes. The tanks kind of moving around like that are gonna really piss me off, but... Alright, stress test it. Let's go up. 5 Gs of acceleration. Mach 1. Now. Dynamic pressure is at 70, 80, 90,000 pascals. 100, 101. We have 14 psi of dynamic pressure on the front of the booster, which is, yeah, that's a little much. Past max Q. My brains are going into my feet. Dude, these overclocked mastodons are insane. Whoa. Turn around. I want to go back down. Damn, dude. Oh. It's fine. It's fine. It's pretty good, thousands, right? Okay, we're probably not coming back down to KSC, but you know. Yeah, the arrow wants to make that skirt fly forward. We're gonna need some fins on this bad boy. Sorry, Twitch chat, I can't send you the link. Oh, okay. You can get permit, dude. How much drag? Total drag? 15, 16, 1700, 1800, 2000 kilonewtons. Yeah, who knew? That's not very aerodynamic, huh? Oh, we are breaking the sound barrier. Okay, yeah, we're going Mach 2. Actually, that's pretty damn stable. That's not bad. All right, shock load. Ready? Oh my goodness, that thing slowed down fast. Yeah, we're going sideways. That's not great. Yeah, we're out of fuel. Man, dude, did you see what I just did? We decelerated from 500 meters a second to 0 and very quickly. Yeah, okay. I'm pretty happy with this. Yeet! Trees, 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 trees. Hey, a fuel tank. Never mind. Okay. I'm gonna do the test again. We'll do it one more time. What did the G meter max out at? 20, I think. You think it'll buff out? No, that one won't. That one won't. In the future, though, yeah. Save it to the master file. I will in a second. That's why I wanted to test it again. What the hell was that about? Now, what the hell was that about? I haven't gotten into doing engine configuration, Tom. Engine configurations for, like, starting in action groups and stuff. I'm gonna take the clamps off. See what happens. I accidentally installed the ULA sniper. Are you going to make a trip down to see Artemis 2? I would like to, Methane, but yeah, I don't know. What the f... Yeah, frick that water tower. We didn't need that. I don't like that. I don't like that it doesn't work all of a sudden. Let's try 12 launch clamps down the bottom and see what it does. Instead of 8 launch clamps up at the top. Possible bug with fuel tanks clipping. Yeah, Stu. I'll get back to you on that one. This motherfucker. Excuse my language. I gotta time myself out. We didn't change anything and it's not working all of a sudden, which is it's a little surprising. And it's not that it's not even working, it doesn't even, can't even put it out all of a sudden. I didn't change anything, did I? I mean, I don't think I did. I mean, we changed the launch clamps around a little bit. Oh, look! Just, yeah, break it! Sure! Yeah, just explode! That's lovely. Just blow up! Sure! I just restarted it, Chuck. I didn't change anything. It's so annoying, dude. I didn't change a thing, and it just... What did we do? Like, did I do something different? I must have messed with something when I wasn't thinking about it. Because I've never seen Kerbal be inconsistent like that. It doesn't do that. Putting it in the exact same scenario every time. I don't understand. Let's... This is the configuration that it was in, non-auto strutted, and it would break off the clamps and land on the ground. What changed? Yeah, Lisa, I did. That usually doesn't make a difference. I don't understand. That exact test was working just a second ago. It was working just fine. Like, it was perfect. I don't understand what changed here. Could it be the height? What? Maybe though, I mean, see, Kraken, maybe it was those. Maybe it's those tanks clearly don't like being strutted to fairings, so KSP usually isn't this inconsistent, dudes. I don't understand. I really don't get it. That doesn't. I've never had that happen before. Structural failure on linkage between protective shell and EP50 engine plate. All right, let's put it out again. Blow it up. I don't understand. It was working just fine. Like it was working. Why isn't it working anymore? Get rid of all the struts that you added. Okay. All right. I will. All of them are gone. The only thing here, this is the version that worked. See, correct. The thing different here is the fuel lines at this point. I don't get it, man. That's very strange. I've never seen Kerbal be inconsistent like that. I've never seen it do that. Structural failure on linkage between the engine plate. All of a sudden. That's what I mean about engine plates, dudes. Engine plates are very strange. The attachment is real weird. I didn't reroute it. No, the hierarchy hasn't changed. Engine plates are inconsistent. I did say this when we put it on there. All right. Enable rigid on the engine plate. I don't trust rigid attachment, dude. If it's snapping, making it more rigid is going to make it not do that. What I'm going to do is down here, I'm going to put some struts here from the tanks to the aft skirt fairing. The tanks are attached to the engine plate. The fairings are attached to the engine plate. At the end of the tank hierarchy, if I attach it to the end of the fairing hierarchy, so the main load path, that might actually fix it. It might actually strengthen the connection. So not as much force is being pushed up on the main load path against that node that keeps breaking on the engine plate. At least we're getting consistent failures. That no matter what we do, it's the same thing. So that's good. We're getting a consistent failure. I just don't understand what made that consistent failure so consistent when I didn't change anything. It's very peculiar. We could strut. The other thing, conversely, Kraken is strutting the... The aft section broke. It broke off. So we lost 12 of the engines. But the fuel tanks and the engines attached to said fuel tanks stayed rigid that time. They stayed strong. They didn't blow up. So clearly we're on to something with this. The thing might be too far away to attach the struts, but we'll see. Yeah, it is.
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
No Raptor gifted a sub. Thank you. So let's do our old... Let's do a physics-less part. Okay. So the physics-less part is attached to the end fairing, right? It's attached to the fairing piece that keeps breaking. And what I'm going to do from the physics-less part to the engine plate is run a strut. Make sure that strut is snapped in absolute. And then I will reinforce it by adding a pair of, another set of 6 struts to here, to the aft skirt. This is the original reinforcement mechanism that I did. And then I'm going to attach the aft bearing to the end of the fuel tanks instead of the aft skirt. All right. Let's see what that does. Question, what's the largest physics-less part? Can you use it as a load carrier for the thrust structure? The largest physics-less part is one of the pie plates, dude. Not big enough. Could the garbage slow the game down enough to do some sort of easing? I don't know, Aqualex. I just restarted the game, dude, so... You know, that was like the first test that we did after we restarted the game. Hey, Isabel. What's going on? Oh, I needed to check the failure mode. That's the, yeah, I mean, it's the only thing that really makes sense, dude. I just got to make sure we're failing in the same spot. Physics easing in progress. Yeah, sure. Structural failure between AEFF5 protective shell and EP50 engine plate. get rid of that. Maybe we made it too rigid, like before, perhaps. I'm just gonna go with that bottom strut and see what happens. Turn off rigid. Rigid wasn't on, dude, unless it's misclicked. It just sucks to make all that really good progress and then I can't figure out why that we're not doing the progress thing anymore. All of a sudden, just I didn't check the failure. What am I doing? Doo-doo caca poo poo. It's pee pee. I like to do the cha-cha. Oh, okay, Ian. EJ, read the copy. Just the copy. Copy is good. Just read it. News! 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 News!
Discovery.
Hey,
Go
Hellbore.
and throttle up.
112-month resub. Thanks, man. It's never gonna work. No, it's not, and all my attempts are futile, Graham. Yeah, of course I'm gonna get it to work. It's just gonna take some time when you're doing something this complicated. The hell kind of Bush League question is this gonna work? Yeah, it's gonna work. But if we don't, we have to will this thing into existence, and that's what we're gonna do. Will it work? Get out of here. Why not strut the tanks to the engine? Now, Graham, hold up. Graham, did you go away and come back for a little bit? Did you just pop back in because you were doing something else? Yeah, okay. All right. You've missed a lot of troubleshooting. I would suggest going back into the VOD and checking that. We got the thing working, and then we didn't get it working right after that. I put it out on the pad. I got it to work. It worked excellent. The stage was coming down at Mach 2, and I fired all the engines at full blast, and the thing was fine. it was fine. We bounced it around on the ground. It was good. And then I reverted to VAB, put it back out on the pad again, and it's just been blowing up ever since. Doesn't even make it to flight. It just blows up. So I didn't change anything, and the craft just started exploding. It's failing at the attachment point for the engine section. So you know what, dudes? I'm gonna address the elephant in the room. It's the back fairing on this is attached in a really weird spot. It's attached to the big node on the engine plate. I'm gonna attach it to one of the engine mounts on the engine plate because I know for a fact, and I said this when we put it out, attaching to the back piece of the engine plate is that's a weird attachment point. I don't know what it is, but it does stuff like that. So, instead of trying to work my way around it, we're gonna change it, and I'm gonna attach the thrust structure of the vehicle to a different spot. I just don't understand why it was working and then it wasn't. It was working perfectly and then it wasn't. You ever reboot Kerbal? Yes. Something inconsistent was going on with the dang thing, and I have to do a couple of things here. Let's move those out of the way. Instead of attaching on that wonky attachment node, we will attach the whole back of the dang thing right there. I tried to attach it to the weird node on the engine plate. I tried to do that because it's a bigger attachment node, and I would hope that we would get more structural rigidity from it, but that's not really how that ended up working. Now, because I attached and detached the stupid thing, all those struts that I ran are now in completely wonk directions. Oh, we fixed those ones. Some of them are just still horribly janky. There we go. That seems to have fixed that. redoing some of the struts. Here's a silly thought. Do you ever have the resources to load a second instance of KSP in parallel? I've never tried that Aqualex, I frankly don't want to. Yeah, I don't know, Redbeard. We have to figure it out. We got to prove it. Yeah. When you're explaining things, can you put a Subway Surfers video above your head so we can focus up? What? Sorry, I forgot you don't understand it. Your UNC stats. Yeah, I know. You should be sorry. The adults are actually trying to do something here. Hey, Paul, what's going on, man? Dinner is ready. Oh, okay, Bree.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
What is that, Rim? Non-boomers rise up? Oh. Non-boomers rise up. Yeah, you guys, yeah, just rise up and let us know who's a moron and who isn't, please. That makes it easier for me. Scooby-Doo toilet, France. You know, it's easier. It helps me figure out, you know, if I'm explaining something, whether to, you know, actually explain it right or, you know, just use children's terms. Hey man, we're gonna be the people doing jobs when you're in the nursing home. I'm not that much older than you, dude. And frankly, I'm not sure you possess the mental capacity to flush a toilet. So, I mean, respectfully, I'd probably want somebody else in the nursing home then. Your time is now, old man! Oh, you guys don't know. You guys don't know. You guys don't know about that bullying, dude. I came from a time where bullying actually was a thing. Go eat? Nah, let me finish this and then we'll head out. You just landed the booster on the landing pad at KSC after 2 hours of attempts. Nice, Block. There you go. Bullying built character for me. That's right, man. All right. I don't know what struts we were running where. I forget. I'm pretty sure that was one. It's a yeah, that's a character. I don't know. Let's just see if we'll know if structurally if this thing decided to do what the hell is that? Where's that strut coming from?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Alright, let's see what this does, dudes. I'm slouching in my chair because I'm really sure that this is just... You! This freaking game, dude. This freaking game. Come on. Not as strong as it was. Same... What the hell, dude? Same failure point. Go listen to your wife. Dinner's ready. Run. I know that dinner's ready. Can I please finish this? Don't you want to see explosions? Let's see if that does it here, just out of curiosity. But dinner will get cold, dude. All I gotta do is put it outside, and it'll get warm. Trust me. It's really, really hot out again. Put it in the sun for a second, it'll warm up real good. If it is a vector of failure, it's a vector of failure that I haven't encountered. Hey, Elsters, I'm alright, man. Thank you for the resub, dude. How are you? It's still failing in the same spot. That's peculiar. Actually, no. One set of struts at a time. All right, couple more tests here, and at the top of the hour, I'm going to take a break, and then we'll come back for space news. Anyway, Graham, you know I'm just screwing with you. I would hope. Believe me, I'm old enough to be able to say get off my lawn. And if I wanted you off my lawn, you'd know it. Guys, 2000 was 25 years ago. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. I'm old enough to be yo pappy. What the funkin' waggles is going on, dude? Feel old yet? No. You were born in 2008? I would have had to have had you when I was 20. I mean, I guess, yeah. That's quite the early pregnancy. Hey Togo, what's up, man? Good to see some KSP. How you doing with the car?
Go at throttle up.
Slow progress, dude, but we'll work on the car tomorrow, dude. Tell people to get off your lawn. Don't Americans shoot first?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Depends what's... It depends on the state, man. Depends on the state, man. I wouldn't go on somebody else's property in Florida unless you were invited. Put it that way. I don't understand how adding struts is going to make this explode. Oh no! Come on, man. Those fuel tanks. I mean, the rocket really shouldn't be able to land on a full tank of gas. Falcon 9 wouldn't be able to do that. It would do the same thing for what it's worth, so. Yeah, I like how it landed and it settled and it's like, wait, I'm on the ground? Wait, I'm on the ground? Oh yeah, I gotta explode. Boom, you know. Okay, there's one more thing I want to check. Let's just move the tanks in one tick in and see if that makes it less angy. Actually, you know what? Screw that. This is working. We'll test that more on Thursday. That might be it, Home Planet, yeah. We might just need less fuel. But see, what I'm worried about, dude, is that what happens when we go to put this thing out on the pad with full tanks of fuel? What's going to happen? What can lift more, this or Super Heavy? The real-life version of this makes Super Heavy look like Falcon 1. Yeah. Actually, Falcon 9 would be a better analogy, dude. This rocket would have been insane. So Super Heavy makes 15 million pounds of thrust, roughly double a Saturn V. This makes... Don't explode. I didn't change anything. Oh, jeez. In the KSP version? I don't know. I don't know. We know your wife would enjoy you at supper. Run. Stop. Stop. Stop it. Stop it. That's exactly where it was, dude. I'm gonna move it in one, just because it doesn't matter. Continuity is out the window. Is the gravity set back to 1? Yeah, Rarest, it should be. I'll double check. From the happy wife, happy life. Yeah, no doubt, dude. But let me put it to you this way. If Brimo was pissed off at me, I wouldn't be here streaming. I would be immediately trying to figure out and fix whatever was wrong. I don't know. Also, guys, Ozzy Osbourne did his last concert ever. Yeah, you're a Zoomer. Don't worry. You don't get the pleasure of knowing who Ozzy is, okay? Just go listen to spoken word or whatever the heck you guys listen to.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
You were there, Immolated? That's awesome. Yeah, I don't understand, dude. That's the second time we've had completely inconsistent testing results. All right, well, we're just going to have to test it more and figure it out another day. I'll be back. You guys know the drill. On the YouTube side of things, you're going to have a lost signal. On Twitch, yeah, I'll just let the music play and take about a 15 to 20 minute intermission here. Hi, Ren. Bye, Ren. 123 month resub. Thanks, man. Yeah. I'll be back at past, which is in about 25 minutes, actually. Yeah, we'll go from there. Shake it off, brother. So Blitz, what's really screwing with me, dude, is that I've never encountered inconsistent gameplay with Kerbal. I used to think that there was inconsistent gameplay, but it turns out, honestly, Kerbal is very, 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 very consistent in its physics simulation, almost to the point where it's unrealistic. Interestingly enough, like, I've never encountered something where I put the thing out on the stand, it works, and then I put it out on the stand again and it doesn't work. Usually the failures are very consistent. And now, what's screwing with me about this is that we are getting a consistent failure, but sometimes we're not. That's weird. something is weird here, and I'm not really sure what it is. We are refining the design, guys, and we are simplifying it, and we're at, like, we've lowered the part count by like 150 parts. But I need to understand the relationship between like an engine plate, fairing, fuel tanks, etc., etc. I have to understand what's going on, because to be honest with you, the inconsistency in the simulation is it's happening for a reason. It's definitely the craft file. The craft file is doing something weird. We got to figure it out. But yeah, Kerbal is usually like super consistent in its failure. Like if you launch the same thing and it fails, right? If you launch the same thing 10 times and it fails the first time, if you do the exact same thing, it will fail the second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth time. That I've literally spent hours troubleshooting this and figuring it out before. I'm just not really sure what's happening here with this failure mode. It's very strange. It's a weird one because it's snapping the vehicle in half randomly. Like actually snapping the thing in half just at random times, which is very, very weird. I'm getting a total structural failure, which is, yeah, that's really strange, man. That's really strange. Anyway, I will be back in about 20 to 30 minutes. I'll see you guys at 1/2 for Space News on YouTube. Stand by for loss of signal as expected. Part 7 will be on Thursday. Part 7 for this will be on Thursday the 10th. And hopefully we can figure this problem out and then start working on the second stage. I really, really wanted this rocket kind of done by now, but usually when you encounter something like this, you end up learning a very, very valuable lesson in KSP, like for future builds, you know? So I'll see you guys then. Once again, you know the drill on YouTube. I'm going to jog the VOD here, and we'll go live right when I start Space News. On Twitch, just sit back, relax, and enjoy the Space Tunes. I will be back momentarily. Thank you.